Chapter 1058. Mo Swayin got up and was about to open the door and leave. Mo Xiaobao hurriedly pulled him back and said, "What are you doing?" Mo Swayin looked at him strangely and said, "Aren't you going out to play?" Mo Xiaobao rolled his eyes and pointed to the half-opened window, saying, "I came in from there. How are you going to tell others why I appeared into Chu State's post house? If Imperial Father finds out, I will be in big trouble. Then what do you want to do?" Mo Xiaobao pointed to the window with a pure smile and said, "Let's climb over the wall." "Climb over the wall?" Mo Swayin almost exclaimed. Mo Xiaobao had already jumped onto the window by himself. He held onto the window with one hand and looked outside before turning back and saying, "Are you afraid?" Mo Swayin took a deep breath and said, "Who's afraid? Let's go." "That's more like it." Mo Xiaobao nodded and jumped down from the window. Mo Swayin was shocked and hurriedly climbed up to take a look. He saw Mo Xiaobao leaning against the corner of the wall and waving at him impatiently. Mo Swayin didn't know martial arts and climbed down from the window in a sorry state. He followed behind Mo Xiaobao and walked stealthily in the post house. They actually managed to find their way out of the post house's back door without being discovered by anyone. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time Mo Xiaobao had done this. Outside the post house's back door, a few figures surrounded them the moment they stepped out and pulled them along as they ran. After stopping at a safe place, Mo Swayin finally had the time to size up the few people in front of him. Only then did he realize that these few people in front of him were actually children younger than him. Looking at Mo Xiaobao, who was half a head shorter than him, a feeling of being an adult and a sense of mission arose spontaneously. "Brother Xiaobao, this is the little emperor from the Chu State." Lung Junhan, who was wearing a white brocade robe, was still young, but she already had some of her father's demeanor. She slowly fanned herself with a small fan in her hand. Those who didn't know would think that she was a hedonistic son of a rich family. At the side, Su Zhuwei, who had inherited his father's solemn expression, looked at Mo Swayin and frowned. "If you don't change your clothes, you'll be discovered." Mo Swayin broke out in a cold sweat from being stared at by these two little radish heads that didn't even reach his chin. Beside them, Mu Lai, who had changed his name to Qin Lai, casually threw a bundle over and said, "I knew you would forget. Clothes." Mo Xiaobao raised his eyebrows in disdain. "I didn't change my clothes, but didn't I still walk out of there? What tight security! They can't even withstand a single blow." Father was right. What they were playing with was their heartbeat. Kidnapping the Chu State's little emperor from the post house. How fun would that be? Pretending to be a servant and sneaking out was not challenging at all. Lung Junhan looked at Mo Swayin with a smile and drooled. "Little emperor, this is my first time seeing a real emperor." "Alive?" Mo Swayin's head was covered in cold sweat. He had always felt that the Chu Palace was filled with danger, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that he would rather go back and face the Empress Dowager and those officials than face these kids who obviously had mental problems. Did this white and tender little bun in front of him think that he was a roast duck? That drooling look. Mo Swayin decided that he had to stay away from this white and tender little fool. If Lung Junhan knew what Mo Swayin was thinking, she would definitely cry out that she was wronged. He just hadn't seen an emperor before. After all, the most important person he had seen in his life was the prince. Although this prince was a top figure that many emperors were afraid of, he wasn't an emperor. It wasn't easy to see a living little emperor, so the extremely curious Lung Junhan naturally had to study him carefully. Qin Lai glanced at the uneasy little emperor with a faint smile. He did look better than Mo Swayin, but he didn't see anything else. He was casually kidnapped by the little prince. Didn't he consider how many people would be frightened by the sudden disappearance of the Chu State's little emperor from the post house? However, Qin Lai didn't care about this. How the little prince liked to play was his business. He only needed to be responsible for their safety. Under Mo Xiaobao's urging, Mo Swayin went to change into an ordinary set of clothes that Qin Lai had prepared. This way, these few children looked like a group of ordinary children from wealthy families. Glass City was now filled with many influential families and wealthy merchants. Normally, there would be children from influential families playing on the streets, so no one would pay attention to them, even if they were walking on the streets. Mo Suiyun was born in the palace and only went out twice in his life. The first time was when he followed the Chu state's imperial court to the south, and the second time was when he came north to Glass City. Naturally, everything they saw was new and interesting to them. Aside from Qin Lai, who was experienced and knowledgeable, even Lung Junhan and Su Zhiruwei had grown up running all over the place and were already used to it. Rather than going out to play, it was more like these few children accommodating this country bumpkin Emperor Mo Suiyun and strolling around. When Mo Suiyun felt a little hungry, Mo Xiaobao very generously led him to the best restaurant in Glass City for a meal. The waiter of the restaurant was obviously very familiar with Mo Xiaobao's group. When he saw them enter, he came forward and led them to the quietest room on the second floor. Mo Suiyun sat in the room and tried his best to suppress his curiosity and uneasiness. He asked, "Prince, do you come here often?" Mo Xiaobao smiled and said, "Not often. We come once in a while, but the food here is delicious. You don't have to be polite. This restaurant belongs to Qin Lai's family. They won't take our money." Qin Lai silently rolled his eyes. "Even if you're eating for free, you don't have to say it so openly, okay? Little prince, do you still remember that this little emperor is your enemy?" Mo Suiyun looked at them enviously and said, "It's good to be like you." Lung Junhan blinked and tilted her head to look at him. "If you like, you can stay and play with us. We won't bully you." Among this group of people, Lung Junhan had the best impression of Mo Suiyun, although this good impression was built on the fact that he was the first emperor she had seen. Mo Suiyun was stunned and shook his head. "I can't stay." Lung Junhan nodded in understanding. "I know. You're the emperor of the Chu state. Is it fun to be the emperor?" Mo Suiyun shook his head bitterly. "It's not fun at all. Not fun?" Lung Junhan touched her head and asked, "Brother Xiaobao, do you still want to be the emperor?" The little emperor said that being the emperor isn't fun. Mo Xiaobao snorted in disdain. "This prince will be Prince Ding in the future. What's so great about being the emperor? This prince wants to be Prince Ding, understand? The emperor is older than Prince Ding." Su Zhiruwei calmly taught his cousin basic knowledge. Mo Xiaobao glanced at him. Which emperor dares to say that he's older than father? Everyone looked at each other and shrugged in the end. Indeed, in this world, at least for now, there probably wasn't any emperor who dared to challenge Prince Ding. Su Zhiruwei insisted. Even so, the emperor is still older. Chapter 1059. Mo Xiaobao frowned and thought for a while before saying, "All right, then I still want to be Prince Ding first." If he did not step on his imperial father, how could he stand up again? There was no need to think about being the emperor. Mo Xiaobao confidently calculated in his heart. Mo Suiyun ate the fragrant dishes on the table while saying, "What if you don't become Prince Ding? What will you do?" Mo Xiaobao looked at him strangely and said, "Why won't I become Prince Ding? Isn't there a little prince in the Prince Ding mansion?" Mo Suiyun said casually, "Just like how the throne is not necessarily passed to the crown prince, the Prince Ding position is not necessarily passed to the eldest son." And Mo Xiaobao thought for a while and nodded. "You are right. Thank you for your reminder. I will do my best to spur Lin to be a good younger brother." Mo Suiyun smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. I just casually mentioned it. You don't have to take it to heart." "Oh right, Mo Suiyun. I heard that the Empress Dowager of the Chu state is very fierce. Is your grandmother good to you?" Mo Xiaobao's eyes turned as he asked with concern. Mo Suiyun's hand that was holding the chopsticks paused and said with a smile, "Grandmother is very good to me. You are so fortunate. My father is very fierce to me. You are the emperor. Everyone has to listen to you. I'm the little prince. My father bullies me all the time." Mo Xiaobao sighed enviously. Mo Suiyun's smile was somewhat bitter. How could he be so fortunate as the emperor? Sometimes he couldn't even order the servants around him, not to mention everyone else listening to him. Looking at Mo Xiaobao, who was innocently asking him all sorts of questions, as well as Lung Junhan, Su Zhiruwei, and Qin Lai, who were happily eating at the side, Mo Suiyun suddenly felt a bit of jealousy in his heart. Why could they live such a carefree and happy life, while he had to carefully live his life in the Chu Palace like he was treading on thin ice? I will definitely be more powerful than my father in the future. Mo Xiaobao slapped the table and shouted loudly. Lung Junhan and the others who were eating next to him glanced at him silently, then ignored him and continued to eat. Xiaobao immediately refused to comply and shouted, I will definitely be more powerful than father. Mo Suiyun looked at his angry look and said with a smile, I believe in you. You definitely will. Hearing his words, Mo Xiaobao immediately became happy. He patted his shoulder and said, That's right. I knew we were on the same side. In the future, you will definitely be more powerful than your father. Let's work together. The corner of Mo Suiyun's lips twitched. He was a little unsure if Mo Xiaobao's words were a blessing or a curse. Although he didn't have any impression of his father, he still knew that he was a failure as an emperor. But when she saw Xiaobao's sincere expression as he gnawed on a crystal pork shoulder, she decided to treat it as a blessing. By the time Mo Jingyu finally found them after making a ruckus in Glass City, the children had already finished their meal and were scattered all over the place. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a table full of delicacies that had been ruined. Only the leftovers were placed messily on the table. Lung Junhan was full from eating and was lying on the couch, rubbing her stomach. The others were huddled together and chattering about something. Of course, most of the time, it was Mo Xiaobao who was talking. The cold-faced Su Zhirue would occasionally add a few words. The remaining two were purely listeners. Your Majesty, Mo Jingyu called out in a deep voice. Mo Suiyun was startled. Only then did he remember that Mo Jingyu didn't know that he had run out of the inn. He hurriedly wanted to stand up, but Mo Xiaobao said in a low voice, Don't be afraid of him. You are the emperor. You don't have to be afraid of him. Mo Suiyun cast a grateful glance at him, then stood up and said, Uncle Wang, what's the matter? Mo Jingyu raised his eyebrows. Before he could say anything, Feng Jiao walked out from behind him with a smile and said, King Yu, didn't you see what I said? How could something happen to the emperor in Glass City? Mo Jingyu suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded at Feng Jiao before asking, Your Majesty, why are you here? Mo Suiyun said in a low voice, I came out to play with the little prince. Mo Jingyu took a deep breath and said, If your Majesty wants to come out to play in the future, it's better to bring people along so that the people below won't worry. Mo Suiyun nodded and said, Uncle Wang, I know I was wrong. Seeing that he really knew he was wrong, Mo Jingyu nodded, and this matter was considered over. Mo Suiyun had always been obedient. His sudden disappearance from the inn had indeed frightened the people of the Chu state. Fortunately, news quickly came from the Prince-Ding mansion that Mo Suiyun, Mo Xiaobao, and the others were eating here. Mo Jingyu looked inside and saw that the children were lying on the soft couch and looking at him innocently. Mo Jingyu really did not dare to believe that these children, who were several years younger than Mo Suiyun, were able to trick Mo Suiyun, the always cautious little emperor, into sneaking out of the inn to play. Mo Xiaobao felt that he should say something. He blinked and said to Mo Jingyu, King Yu, don't be angry at Brother Suiyun. It's all my fault. Originally, I wanted to go to the inn to visit Brother Suiyun, but he refused to see me. In a moment of anger, I secretly ran to his room. Brother Suiyun couldn't stand my pleading and only came out to play with us. Mo Jingyu smiled faintly and said, Your Highness's words are too serious. In the future, Your Highness can directly come to the inn to play with Your Majesty. However, right now, the entire inn is looking for Your Majesty. We should go back. Mo Suiyun obediently stood up and followed Mo Jingyu. Mo Xiaobao did not forget to reluctantly send him to the door and promise that he would come and play with him tomorrow. Feng Jiao leaned against the door and looked at the four little rascals with a radiant smile, asking, How was it? Is the little emperor of the Chu state fun? Lung Junhan shook her head and said, Not fun. He's so silly. Su Zhirue tilted his head and thought, not fun. He's so hypocritical. Qinlai rolled his eyes. He's even more annoying than Mo Suiyun. Mo Suiyun was timid and weak. When the time came, he would not be so timid, but he was too scheming. Mo Xiaobao smiled and touched his little chin. Fun. He's so silly and scheming. He actually wants to sow discord. My little brother is not even a year old yet. Chapter 1060. Mo Suiyun, who was brought back to the post house by Mo Jingyu, naturally didn't know what the brats were saying about him. He also didn't have the mood to think about it. As a newly ascended little emperor who was no better than a puppet, he naturally couldn't avoid being admonished and reprimanded by Mo Jingyu. Therefore, Mo Suiyun also understood that before he had real power, he didn't have the right to copy Mo Xiaobao. Even if he didn't like the heartless Prince Ding Mansion's little heir and his friends, he didn't have the right to compete with the Prince Ding Mansion's little heir unless he had real power in the Chu state. Therefore, Mo Suiyun quickly put aside today's matter and focused all his attention on dealing with Mo Jingyu and the officials of the Chu state. At this moment, the little emperor Mo Suiyun didn't think that he, who was tricked by the heartless Mo Xiaobao with a few words, was even more heartless than a certain someone, to the extent that he suffered countless losses in the hands of a certain someone. In the restaurant, after Mo Xiaobao and the others sent off Mo Suiyun, the outsider, and Feng Jiao, the suspected spy of Prince Ding, they closed the door and started discussing again. Mo Xiaobao cupped his chin and looked at Qinlai, asking, "Royal father seems to think highly of this Mo Suiyun. Qinlai, do you think Mo Suiyun will win or be as unlucky as Mo Suiyun?" Qinlai thought for a while and shook his head, saying, "It's hard to say. Mo Suiyun is definitely more daring and scheming than Mo Suiyun. I just don't know if Mo Jingyu has any ambition." Lung Junhan lay on the soft couch and said lazily, "Doesn't the Chu state have an old witch? She definitely wants to help her grandson. Other than Mo Suiyun, the Chu state shouldn't have many princes, right? They can't be casually swapped. The Chu state's Empress Dowager is also very old," Su Zhiruwei said seriously with a cold face. Mo Xiaobao blinked and said faintly, "So, Mo Suiyun's chances of winning are still very high? As long as he's not an idiot. But he really does seem a little silly." Lung Junhan said worriedly. In her opinion, anyone who could be fooled by Xiaobao Mo was a fool. A person like Xiaobao Mo couldn't even be trusted with a single expression. Xiaobao rolled his eyes and said, "Then let's remind him, we're good friends." "Whatever." Lung Junhan and Su Zhiruwei, who didn't mind. Lung Junhan continued to rub her stomach, while Su Zhiruwei sat by the side and read a book with great interest. Qinlai faintly glanced at the three children who were a few years younger than him. When he first met these guys, he felt that he was indeed a good person. After spending some time together, he began to wonder if he would still be a good person in the future. On the other side of the room, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao sat leisurely as they listened to the children next door discuss the big plan. Feng Jiao, Lung Haoyu, and the others sat at the side and looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a smile. When they finished their discussion, the sound of the children's footsteps could be heard from outside. Feng Jiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He shook his head in pain and said, "What kind of evil has this world done to give birth to such evildoers? How old were these children? They were already thinking about how to scheme against the little emperors of other countries. Even when they were at this age, they were still fighting and playing truant. What would happen after a few years?" Lung Haoyu sighed helplessly and said, "One is marked by the company one keeps. Our Junhan has been led astray. Back then, his precious son was a soft and cute little bun. Of course, his son was also very cute now, but his personality was slightly twisted. This was definitely a case of one is marked by the company one keeps." Lung Haoyu felt a little guilty. It was all because he didn't have time to take care of his son that he got too close to Mo Xiaobao from the Prince Ding Mansion. It was really a case of one is marked by the company one keeps. "You speak as if your son is innocent." Mo Xiaoyao lazily glanced at Lung Haoyu. Mo Xiaobao looked listless and bad, but that brat from the Lung family was wearing a layer of silly outer clothing. Feng Jiao said with some curiosity, looking at Mo Xiaobao's intention. He wants to help the little emperor of the Dechu state. Is this not a problem? One had to know that the little emperor wasn't someone easy to deal with. He knew how to sow discord at such a young age, and he hit the nail on the head. Although he was a little immature and didn't fool Mo Xiaobao, one had to know that the little emperor had only ascended the throne for less than 2 months. Before that, he was raised without anyone to discipline him. From this point of view, as long as someone gave him some pointers, the little emperor's future achievements would be limitless. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, "What problem can there be? Even if there's a problem, it's his problem. Don't tell me I can kill all the people who are a threat for him." He wasn't a father who spoiled his child. You're really at ease. Feng Jiao and Lung Haoyu looked at each other, then looked at Yili disapprovingly. Yili smiled faintly. That little emperor wants to control the real power of the Dechu state. No matter how talented he is, it won't be possible without 10 years. There's no need to worry now. Compared to spending 10 years to let Mo Jingyu or any other adult control the power, it was better to give the little emperor 10 years to fight for power. 10 years later, no matter if it was Mo Xiaobao or the entire Prince Ding mansion, they would have recovered from the 2 years of war. At that time, Mo Suiyun might not be able to fully control the real power of the Dechu state. To put it bluntly, Mo Xiaobao didn't have any intention of helping Mo Suiyun. He just didn't want Mo Suiyun to be finished so quickly. It had to be said that from a certain point of view, Mo Xiaobao had already begun to take the shape of his father. Children nowadays are really amazing. Feng Jiao sighed. Or was it that the children of the Prince Ding mansion were especially abnormal? Princess. Yaoji asked for an audience at the door. Ever since returning to Glass City, Yaoji returned to the restaurant she had been running for several years and lived a peaceful life. However, she would occasionally collect some information for the Prince Ding mansion. In general, she lived a normal life. King Yu seems to have secretly sent someone to contact King Chongqing. Yaoji reported in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand. As expected. What's King Chongqing's attitude? Yaoji said. King Chongqing didn't send anyone to King Yu. He probably doesn't want to have too much to do with them. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. That brother and sister aren't stupid. As long as they don't do anything, we don't have to worry about them. Lung Haoyu pondered for a moment and said, I remember. King Chongqing and Princess Jinning still have a younger brother in Nanjing. Would there be any trouble at that time? Even if the Dechu state was now peaceful in Jiangnan, it would definitely not be so peaceful. Who knows, they might do something with the little prince. They still had to be on guard. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. They live a peaceful life. I naturally won't treat them unfairly. If they do something they shouldn't do, don't blame I for being merciless. Keep an eye on them. Chapter 1061. Yaoji nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, It seems like someone saw Mo Jingli appear in the northwest. Mo Jingli? Everyone was stunned. They were surprised to hear this name. Ever since Liang was broken, Mo Jingli had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't that they didn't think of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, but it was because Feihong Pass was in a state of emergency that they couldn't find the time to do so. After that, when the display was over, Mo Jingli had already disappeared without a trace. In this world, there was a sea of people. If one really wanted to hide, it wouldn't be easy to find someone. Moreover, Mo Jingli had been stripped of his throne. He didn't have any troops or power in his hands. His martial arts weren't that high either, so not many people cared about his whereabouts. Are you sure? Mo Xiaoyao frowned and asked. Yaoji shook her head and said, I can't be sure for now. Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, Reveal this news to Mo Jingyu. Mo Jingyu, who now held the power of the Dechu state, probably didn't want to see Mo Jingli appear more than them, right? This subordinate obeys. Yaoji nodded and replied. In a small hidden village outside of Glass City, a man wearing coarse clothes with a face full of beard sat in a simple room with a twisted expression, lost in thought. Your Majesty. A similarly dressed man walked in and bowed. The man turned to look at him and said coldly, "Is there any news from Glass City?" The man said in a deep voice, "King Yu has already brought the newly ascended emperor, Mo Suiyun, to Glass City." At the same time, the newly appointed Genom of Gojoseon, Lei Tongfeng, also arrived. Today, the little heir of Prince Ding's residence secretly brought Mo Suiyun and sneaked out. Mo Jingyu almost overturned this Glass City. In the end, he found the little emperor in a restaurant. The man in coarse clothes. Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He sneered and said, "Mo Jingyu really thinks highly of this Mo Suiyun. I didn't expect that the one who would stab me in the back would be him." In fact, Mo Jingli wasn't the only one who had stabbed him in the back. The Empress Dowager, the ministers and nobles in the court, and even the entire Dechu state's imperial family. From this, it could be seen how unpopular Mo Jingli was. The man hesitated for a moment before carefully asking, "Your Majesty, should we?" Mo Jingli sneered. "No, send a message to Mo Jingyu. Tell him that we want to see him." "This, Your Majesty, could this be?" They could be considered to be fugitives right now. No matter if they were caught by the Prince Ding Mansion or the Dechu State's imperial court, they would definitely not have a good ending. At this time, the emperor still wanted to take the initiative to deliver himself to the door. "How could people not worry?" Mo Jingli said in a low voice. "We only know what to do. Go and do it." After hesitating for a moment, the man nodded and turned to leave. Mo Jingli lowered his eyes to stare at the somewhat crude and dirty table in front of him. His expression kept changing. 2 months ago, if someone had told him that he would one day wear crude and dirty rags and live in this shabby room that could barely shelter him from the wind and rain, he would definitely have torn that person to pieces. But in this month, Mo Jingli could be said to have suffered a lot. In order to avoid the Prince Ding Mansion and the Dechu State's imperial court search, he not only disguised himself as a commoner and ate coarse food, but he even had to deal with beggars and vagabonds. He suffered a lot and took countless dangerous paths to avoid everyone's eyes and ears to sneak into the vicinity of Glass City. His goal naturally wasn't just to take a look, although he was in such dire straits right now. Mo Jingli had been a prince and an emperor for decades. He more or less had some hidden cards in his hands that no one knew about. It was because of this that he had the courage to sneak into the northwest and find his way to the Mahist Army's headquarters, Glass City. But he wasn't in a hurry to enter the city. Right now, Glass City was definitely heavily guarded, although there weren't many people who could recognize him. Mo Jingli had already experienced the power of the Mahist Army Shadow Guard, so he didn't want to be too impatient and take the risk. As for Mo Jingli, a cold smile appeared on Mo Jingli's face. He dared to meet Mo Jingyu openly, so he naturally had enough chips to protect himself. In an inconspicuous little tea house in Glass City, Mo Jingyu pushed open the door to a side room and saw the man in plain clothes sitting inside. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You're quite daring." Indeed, he was quite daring. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to sneak into the Mahist Army's headquarters. Mo Jingli lightly snorted. He sized up Mo Jingyu for a moment and said mockingly, "You're holding great power now. We really didn't expect that in the end. The one who would benefit from it would be you." Mo Jingyu didn't mind. He cupped his hands and smiled. "You're too polite. It's just a coincidence. What business do you have with me?" Mo Jingyu didn't place Mo Jingli in his eyes at all. In the past, he was the powerful Prince Li, Emperor Chu, but now he was the assistant prince of the Dechu state. And Mo Jingli was just a stray dog who had to hide in a sorry state. Thinking of this, Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a trace of pleasure. Mo Jingli said, "Of course there's a business. I want you to help me do something. Why do you think I'll agree?" Mo Jingyu raised his eyebrows. Mo Jingli looked at him and asked, "Then, do you want the Dechu State's Imperial Jade Seal?" "So it was you who took the Imperial Jade Seal." Mo Jingyu's face darkened as he said coldly. Ever since Mo Jingli's disappearance, whether it was in Nanjing or Liang, the Dechu State's Imperial Jade Seal had not been found. The Imperial Jade Seal symbolized the supreme imperial power. Although it wasn't impossible to make another one, if the imperial jade seal was left outside, it would be a huge joke to the Dechu state's imperial family. If someone came out with the imperial jade seal to cause trouble in the future, it would be even more troublesome. So the Dechu state's imperial family secretly sent people to search for Mo Jingli. One reason was to get rid of him, and the other was to find the imperial jade seal's whereabouts. Mo Jingli smiled. You don't have to help me. We can also give the imperial jade seal to someone else. Of course, there's also Prince Yu's smiling face. This someone else was naturally his political enemy. For example, ever since the new emperor ascended the throne, his brothers who gradually wanted to compete with him, or the Empress Dowager. Right now, Mo Jingqi was dead, and Mo Jingli was stranded outside. The Empress Dowager was old, and the emperor was young. There were more and more people who had other thoughts. If the imperial jade seal fell into someone else's hands, it wouldn't be a good thing for Mo Jingyu. What do you want me to do? Mo Jingyu asked in a low voice. Mo Jingli said coldly, I want you to help me get rid of Mo Suiyun and Mo Yuchen. You're crazy. Mo Jingyu stood up and turned to leave. You really won't consider it? Mo Jingli's voice came from behind. Mo Jingyu turned around and sneered. Consider it? Do you think I'm stupid? Kill Mo Yuchen in Glass City? Don't mention killing Mo Yuchen. I'm afraid if I touch a single hair on his head, I'll die without a complete corpse. The imperial jade seal was very attractive, but even if he gave the throne to him, he had to be alive to enjoy it. You think I can't do it? Mo Jingli wasn't nervous at all. Compared to Mo Jingyu, he didn't need to be too nervous. He had already lost everything he could. The only thing he had left was probably his own life. However, Mo Jingli couldn't live in hiding forever. Rather than that, he might as well fight to the death. But Mo Jingyu was different. He had endured for half his life. Now that he finally had power, he naturally had to be careful with every step, afraid that he would make a mistake. Chapter 1062. Mo Jingyu smiled coldly, not even bothering to answer this question. Ever since Mo Shuyao drew a clear line between himself and the Dechu state, he had never thought that Mo Jingli or Mo Jingqi would be able to defeat him. Even Mo Jingli, who was once the ruler of a country, was unable to do so, let alone this Mo Jingli who was currently hiding from place to place. Mo Jingli did not mind his disdain. He smiled and said, Since that's the case, we can first show you my sincerity. How about Mo Xiaoyan? What do you mean? Mo Jingyu asked warily. Mo Jingli said, Mo Xiaoyan and Zhen Ning are living very freely in Glass City. That's right, they are Mo Jingqi's princes and princesses, but they have sought refuge in the Prince Ding Mansion. Even if it was for the sake of the people of the world, Ding Palace would definitely protect them well. Say, if Mo Xiaoyan and Zhen Ning suddenly died under the protection of the Prince Ding Mansion, what would happen? More interestingly, if they died on the eve of the Prince Ding Mansion's little heir and princess first birthday banquet, Mo Xiuyao's expression would definitely change. If you think it's not enough, how about adding in the Queen of Nanjiao? Mo Jingli continued, his eyes flashing with the same expression. Mo Jingyu looked at him calmly and said, You want to ruin the Prince Ding Mansion's banquet. What's the point of that? Before the Prince Ding Mansion's banquet, the Prince of Chongqing and Princess Zhenning, who died under the protection of the Prince Ding Mansion, was naturally a ruthless slap to the Prince Ding Mansion's face. And if something happened to the Queen of Nanjiao in Glass City, the Prince Ding Mansion would most likely have to give Nanjiao an explanation. Point? We want to see if Mo Xiuyao's expression will change. Mo Jingli smiled happily. You're really crazy, Mo Jingyu said in a low voice. Mo Jingli's expression changed as he said angrily, That's right, this emperor is crazy. This was all because of Mo Xiuyao. I was forced by you. You traitors. You traitor. Mo Jingli sneered. Looking at Mo Jingli's crazed and twisted expression, he indifferently said, You speak as if you were loyal to your country? Why do you think all the civil and military officials agreed to depose you? Mo Jingli, even if you return to Jiangnan now, you will only be a rat that everyone hates. Using the southern border's secret medicine to kill 2 previous emperors who would dare to recognize you as their master. Empress Dowager. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. Only the Empress Dowager knew the truth. Mo Jingyu smiled. Isn't that so? Even your own mother has turned her back on you. This shows how much of a failure you are. What right do you have to call others rebels and traitors? What kind of betrayal was this? At most, what we are doing is driving out the rebels and upholding the orthodoxy. Unexpectedly, Mo Jingli did not explode in anger. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth. This emperor does not wish to speak nonsense with you. Do you need my help or not? Mo Jingyu shook his head. Forgive me for being unable to help. Goodbye. 3 years ago, how did you spend the 300,000 taels of silver that you took from the northern tribes? Mo Jingli's sinister voice came from behind him. You. Mo Jingyu suddenly turned around, his face ashen as he glared at Mo Jingli. I do not know what you are talking about. It's fine if you don't know. If others know, then keep in their hearts. For example, Uncle Wang or the other brothers. What do you think? Mo Jingli coldly smiled. Mo Jingyu was silent for a long time. Finally, he walked back and sat down. He stared at Mo Jingli for a long time before saying, How do I know if you are lying to me? Mo Jingli smiled. You can give it a try. When you return to Nanjing, will you become a rat that everyone wants to beat up like me? Tell me, between regicide and betrayal, which one is more hateful? Mo Jingyu's face was as dark as ink. After a long time, he said, When did you? Mo Jingli lightly snorted. Naturally, I only found out after moving the capital to Jiangnan. Otherwise, do you think this emperor would tolerate you? At that time, this emperor also did not want to tolerate you. However, at that time, the imperial court was already in a mess. Since you were still obedient, this emperor kept you. Now, it seems this emperor was right to keep you. If this time, it was someone he did not have a handle on, this person would most likely have sold him to Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Jingli looked at him, his smile sinister. You can go and tell Mo Xiaoyao. At most, we will die together. In any case, this emperor has nothing to worry about. I need to think about it. Mo Jingyu closed his eyes, speaking in a low voice. Clearly, he was struggling fiercely in his heart. Mo Jingli shrugged, making a casual gesture. Mo Jingyu said, If I help you, how will I escape? If I have to die, compared to dying in Mo Xiaoyao's hands, I would rather go back to Jiangnan. He had heard of Mo Xiaoyao's methods of torturing people. Anyone who had the slightest choice would definitely not be willing to fall into Mo Xiaoyao's hands. Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a cold smile. He said mildly, Don't worry, I don't need you to do too much. As long as you handle it well, no one will find out. When the time comes, you can naturally take the Imperial Jade Seal back to Jiangnan to be your king Yu. Mo Jingyu took a deep breath, finally making up his mind. All right, I promise you. Mo Jingli nodded in satisfaction. That's good. When this emperor is ready, this emperor will naturally inform you. You can go back first. Mo Jingyu stood up, walking towards the door. When he reached the door, he stopped, staring at Mo Jingli. You'd better be careful. If anything happens, we'll all die together. Seeing Mo Jingli's figure disappear through the door, the smile on Mo Jingli's face became even more twisted and sinister. Of course we'll die together. Otherwise, why would I look for you? Unfortunately, you don't know that Mo Xiaoyao's specialty is not torturing people, but venting his anger. Whether or not it was related to Mo Xiaoyao, whether or not there was evidence, as long as something happened to Mo Yuqin, Mo Xiaoyao would definitely vent his anger on everyone, including the royal family of the Chu state far away in Jiangnan. Since you've betrayed this emperor, then let's die together. Unfortunately, if he could drag Mo Xiaoyao and Yili down with him, it would be even better. Chapter 1063. In the study of the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Xiaoyao, Yili, Su Qingchun, and the others were discussing matters when Qin Feng came to request an audience. Prince's consort, Qin Feng requests an audience. Yili frowned slightly. Come in. What's the matter? Qin Feng stepped into the study and scanned the people in the room. Su Qingshan, Feng Jiao, Han Mingwei, and the others were all trusted by the prince's consort. He did not hesitate any longer and reported in a deep voice. Mo Jingyu secretly went to a small tea house in the city to meet someone. This subordinate suspects that this person is Mo Jingli. Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and asked, "Where is he?" Qin Feng lowered his head in shame. He slipped away. That tea house is very likely Mo Jingli's secret base in Glass City. Prince, please punish us. By the time the Prince Ding Mansion's people had sneaked in, the entire tea house was already empty. It was clear that this place was specially set up, and there was even a secret passage for people to escape. Mo Xiaoyao waved his hand and said indifferently, "There is no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. You can't be blamed for this. Can you be sure that it is Mo Jingli? What does he want from Mo Jingyu?" Han Mingwei smiled. Mo Jingli still dares to come to Glass City. His intentions are clear. As for Mo Jingli, I'm afraid that he has something on him and is being blackmailed. Su Qingshan nodded, agreeing with Han Mingyue's opinion. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao and Yili, he said, "Let Xiao Bao be more careful in this period of time." Although Mo Jingli might hate Mo Xiaoyao and Yili more with their abilities, it was very difficult to harm them. And Mo Xiao Bao, who had yet to grow up, would naturally become the most obvious weakness. Yili nodded solemnly and remembered Su Qingshan's reminder. In fact, she was planning to send more people to protect Mo Xiao Bao. No matter how smart Mo Xiao Bao was, he was only a 10-year-old child. Feng Jiao frowned and said, Mo Jingli has become smarter. Even the shadow guards of the Prince Ding Mansion can't catch him. Han Mingwei laughed and said, "It's not that I've become smarter. It's just I'm like a bird startled by the twang of a bow and afraid of death." If he had really become smarter, he wouldn't have come to Glass City. Lung Haoyu said worriedly, "For him to be able to sneak into Glass City, it at least proves that he has some useful people under him. I'm afraid that now that he has nothing left, I'm afraid that he wants to die together with the Prince Ding Mansion. This kind of person is always dangerous. It's better to catch him as soon as possible." Everyone nodded. Idiots weren't scary. Smart people weren't scary. The scariest thing was a madman who thought he was smart and wasn't afraid of death. Because it was hard to guess what he wanted to do. Hearing Lung Haoyu's words, Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. Su Qingshan glanced at him and asked, "Prince, do you have any plans?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "It's just Mo Jingli. Don't worry too much about him. I have my own plans. There are still a few days until Lin, and Xian Er's first birthday banquet. You should put in more effort. There seems to be a lot of people coming this year." Feng Jiao nodded and smiled. "That's right. Other than the northern tribes, the Chu state, and Shi Ling's envoys who are already in Glass City. The queen and her husband of the southern Zhao, Princess Helan of the northern territories, and the envoys of the western regions are already on their way. They'll reach Glass City in a few days. Looks like Qing Ming and Zhang Qilan are doing well in Xiling." Mo Xiaoyao stroked his chin and smiled. The emperor of Xiling City was located in the far west, bordering the western regions. However, the relationship between Xiling and the western regions had always been in a state of hostility. Not to mention the fact that the western regions sent envoys to congratulate them. Even the trade routes between the two countries were often intermittent. In the early years, the trade routes between the western regions and the central plains were maintained by the Prince Ding Mansion and Xiling. It wasn't until the Mahist army took over most of the northern regions of Xiling that the trade between the central plains and the western regions was truly smooth. Su Qingshan smiled faintly and said, "I heard that there were a few battles in the beginning. Now that the Prince Ding Mansion is rising like the sun, even the people of the western regions know how to read people's expressions. It's natural for them to send envoys to congratulate us. Oh right, Qingbai and the rest are also coming back with the envoys from the western regions." They'll be here in about 2 days. Su Qingchen nodded and said, Then, we'll leave the envoys of the western regions to Qingze. It just so happened that Su Qingze and Su Qingbai were brothers, so if there were any problems, they could communicate with each other. Su Qingchen and Su Qingze nodded, indicating that they had no objections. After the discussion, everyone left. Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao and asked, What do you plan to do about Mo Jingli? Mo Xiaoyao took her into his arms and laughed softly. Don't be nervous. There are many people following Xiaobao. He's not someone easy to deal with either. If he really meets Mo Jingli, it's hard to say who will be at a disadvantage. Yili frowned and said unhappily, he's still a child. In the Prince Ding mansion, there are no children after the age of 10. We can't always be by his side. There will be a day when he has to be independent. Yili sighed silently. Although she understood that Mo Xiaoyao was doing this for the sake of Xiaobao, but for a child who was born in the spring breeze and grew up under the red flag, even though he was born into a military family, he still grew up like a normal child. It was very hard for Yili to accept this kind of situation where a child was treated like an adult. In her previous life, when she was 10 years old, she was still fooling around with a group of girls and boys in the courtyard. But the current situation did not allow Xiaobao to slowly grow up. With Mo Xiaoyao's personality and plans, it was obvious that he planned to hand over the Prince Ding mansion to Xiaobao as soon as possible, while he himself lived a carefree life. In order to prevent a certain someone from suddenly leaving and causing Xiaobao to panic, starting to train Xiaobao now was the right choice. Lily, don't worry. Xiaobao is also my son. Until Yili worried about Xiaobao's safety, Mo Xiaoyao softly comforted her. He was helpless towards Yi Li's excessive worry. No matter how much of a bastard Xiaobao was, he was still his son. As a father, he would not kill his own son. Could it be that he treated Xiaobao too badly, causing Li to be so worried? It was rare for Prince Ding to have a guilty conscience. Yili faintly smiled and said, I know, but I can't help but worry. You know, sometimes rationality and emotions are two different things. Not to mention that Mo Xiaobao was still a 10-year-old child. Even if he became the world's #1 expert like Mo Xiaoyao, as a mother, she still had to worry. Since you already have a plan, you can do as you see fit. I will take good care of Lin and Xer. If Mo Jingli really went crazy, Xiaobao would not be the only one in danger. Lin and Xen would also be in danger. I promise that Xiaobao will be safe. Mo Xiaoyao solemnly promised. And I know. Yili nodded with a faint smile. Reporting to Prince Consort, something has happened. Outside the door, Qin Feng rushed in with an ugly expression. Yili stood up. What's wrong? Qin Feng had always been a steady person. If it wasn't something big, he definitely would not be so impulsive as to break into the study. Qin Feng said in a deep voice, the Queen of Nanjiao was attacked not far from Glass City. The Queen and Little Prince are missing. Chapter 1064. What? Not only Yili, but even Mo Xiaoyao's face revealed a trace of surprise. Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment and frowned. Why would the Queen of Nanjiao bring the prince to Glass City? Last year, Princess Anxi gave birth to a little prince in the Central Plains. Yili and Mo Xiaoyao were not in Glass City at that time. The child was only half a year old now. Even if the Queen of Nanjiao came to Glass City to congratulate them, she would not bring the little prince because of the long journey. Qin Feng said, Princess Anxi and her husband did not return to the country after leaving Glass City last year. They continued to travel in the Central Plains. They were planning to return to the country, but when they heard that the Prince Ding Mansion was holding a birthday banquet for the little prince and princess, they returned with the little prince. They did not expect that they would be assassinated by a group of unknown people less than 100 li from Glass City. Her husband was seriously injured, and the whereabouts of the queen and the little prince are unknown. Where is Her Highness? Let him in, Yili said hurriedly. Soon, the king of Nanjiao, walked in. As expected, his luxurious blue Nanjiang clothes were stained with blood. Pua's arms and face were also injured. It was obvious that he had been through a fierce battle. Prince Ding, Princess Ding. Because Princess Anshi and Yili had a good relationship, Pu was also familiar with Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. He did not stand on ceremony and said anxiously, "Prince Ding, Princess, please save Anshi and the child." As he spoke, he bowed in front of Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. The men of Nanjiang were very proud and would not kneel to others easily. The disappearance of his wife and son had already made this man panic. Mo Xiaoyao hurriedly reached out to support him and said in a low voice, "Pu, don't worry. As long as the Queen of Nanjiao is still in the northwest, I guarantee that I will be able to find her. The Prince Ding Mansion will also give Nanjiao an explanation for this matter." Mo Xiaoyao had a natural ability to calm people's hearts and make them trust him. Hearing Prince Ding's words, Pu quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "If there's anything I can help you with, please let me know, Prince Ding. As long as Anshi and the child can come back safely." Mo Xiaoyao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Sit down first and tell I and Wang Fei what happened. Then go to the guest room and have a good rest. You're also badly injured." Pu nodded heavily. After sorting out his thoughts, he told them about the assassination attempt. It turned out that in the past 6 months, Princess Anshi and Pu had been traveling around with their children. In the past 6 months, the 3 forces of the Central Plains have been fighting. Princess Anshi accepted Yi Li's and Mo Xiaoyao's advice and did not get involved. There was nothing much to do in Nanjiao, so the two of them did not remember to go back. This time, they heard that the Prince Ding Mansion was going to hold a birthday banquet for the 2 little princes and the little princess. Given the relationship between Nanjiao and the Prince Ding Mansion, it was impossible for them not to attend. So the two of them, who had originally planned to go back to Nanjiao, turned back. But they did not expect to be ambushed on a deserted official road not far from Li City. Pua led his guards to fight to the death, but the other side had a lot of people and they were not weak. They were caught off guard and were at a disadvantage from the beginning. In the end, Princess Anshi and the child were taken away. After hearing Pu's words, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili looked at each other and gradually understood. Yili called Chief Steward Mo and asked Pu to go and rest. Pu had just left when he heard the news and came over. Feng Jiao and the others also arrived. "I told you that Mo Jingli must be up to something." Lung Haoyu cursed in a low voice. "But why did he kidnap Princess Anshi? Isn't he afraid that he will disturb the Prince Ding Mansion and alert us? Or does Mo Jingli really have the ability to ignore the Prince Ding Mansion?" Han Minghua frowned and looked at Mo Xiaoyao. "There is no point in kidnapping Princess Anshi, and Mo Jingli won't gain anything from it. The only possibility is that he wants to ruin the Prince Ding Mansion's birthday banquet. If the envoys of the various countries who came to attend the banquet are assassinated or something happens, the envoys of the various countries were in the Prince Ding Mansion's territory. Even if it had nothing to do with the Prince Ding Mansion, the Prince Ding Mansion would have to give an explanation to the various countries." Feng Jiao said in a low voice, "If that's the case, he won't just make a move on Princess Anshi. There is also Princess Helan who is about to arrive at Glass City and the envoys of the Western regions. To put it bluntly, Mo Jingli wanted to make things difficult for the Prince Ding Mansion." Yili lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Feng San, tell Mo Hua to send out the shadow guard of the Prince Ding Mansion to receive the envoys of the various countries. They must make sure that these envoys arrive at Glass City safely. Also, send out 50,000 soldiers from the camp near Glass City and divide them into 500 men each. They will patrol the area around Glass City 24 hours a day. Order Qi Lin to send out 2 teams to guard Glass City. The other 4 teams will be stationed in the north, south, east, and west. They will be ready to provide support if anything happens." "Yes, Princess." Feng Jiao nodded and accepted the order. "What do you all think about the Queen of Nanjiao?" Mo Xiaoyao asked. Everyone was silent. After a while, Lung Haoyu sighed in a low voice. "I only hope that Mo Jingli will not harm Princess Anshi for the time being if he wants to negotiate with us. Otherwise, if the Queen of Nanjiao and the only prince died in Glass City, it It would not be good for the relationship between the Prince Ding mansion and Nanzhao. Let's do our best to send people to search everywhere. Feng Jiao's voice was serious. Yili nodded and said, "Send out the order. We must be careful. We must ensure the safety of Princess Anxi and the little prince." Han Mingwei said, "Princess Anxi is not an ordinary person. Mo Jingli is walking around Glass City with such a woman and a child, not even half a year old. It is impossible for him to not give himself away. Princess, there is no need to be too anxious." Yili thought for a moment, then said, "Then I will leave this matter to Master Mingwei." Han Mingwei was once the head of the largest intelligence organization in Dechu State. He should be more experienced than others in finding people. Han Mingwei cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I will not disappoint, Princess." Yili sighed softly and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Master." In a cave somewhere outside Glass City, Princess Anxi woke up from her slumber. She rubbed her aching forehead, and a sharp glint flashed across her eyes. She immediately regained her consciousness and looked around. "Are you looking for him?" A man's voice came from not far away. It carried a bit of malice and mockery. Princess Anxi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man with a thick beard dressed in coarse clothes standing not far away. He was holding a baby in swaddling clothes. He was not familiar with the way he held the baby and did not care. He only held the swaddling clothes casually with one hand. Fortunately, the baby was already asleep, so he was not worried. "Sure, who are you?" Princess Anxi stared warily at the man in front of her. He looked familiar, but when Princess Anxi thought about it seriously, she realized that she did not remember such a person. The man seemed to be stunned for a moment before he sneered. "The Queen of Nanzhao is really forgetful. We remember that the last time we met was not long ago." Chapter 1065. Me. This was a term used by the emperors of the Central Plains. Princess Anxi was stunned. She took a closer look and said hesitantly, "You are Mo Jingli?" Princess Anxi couldn't be blamed for not recognizing him. She had never seen Mo Jingli before. Besides, the man in front of her had nothing but height. He definitely looked like the arrogant and sinister King Li of Dechu State. His originally handsome face had become sallow and emaciated. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and faintly twisted madness. There was also that strange beard that made him look like the king of a bandit stronghold. No one would doubt him if he said he was a bandit from some mountain. Mo Jingli looked at Princess Anxi and laughed loudly. "That's right. I am Mo Jingli. I didn't expect the Queen of Nanzhao to still remember me." Princess Anxi looked at the child in his hand with trepidation. Because of his crazy size, the sleeping child began to struggle. He was about to wake up. "Give me the child first," Princess Anxi said after calming herself down. "Child, why should I listen to you?" Mo Jingli looked at Princess Anxi condescendingly. Princess Anxi said in a low voice, "Shukr is still young. He doesn't understand adults. He will definitely cry when he wakes up. You don't want his cries to attract the people from the Princeton mansion, do you?" Sure enough, before Princess Anxi finished speaking, the child pouted and began to sob. He was about to burst into tears. Mo Jingli was most annoyed by these crying noises during his days on the run. He said angrily, "Shut up. How could a half-year-old baby understand his warning?" Immediately, he burst into tears. Mo Jingli glared fiercely at Princess Anxi and raised his hand to throw the child away. Princess Anxi jumped in fright and hurriedly leaped up to catch the child in midair. When she landed on the ground, Princess Anxi patted the child gently, still in shock. Sure, be good. Don't cry. Make him shut up immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Mo Jingli ordered coldly. Princess Anxi glanced sideways at Mo Jingli and didn't answer. She just coaxed the child in her arms softly. In his mother's arms, the child's cries quieted down after a short while. He slowly sobbed and fell asleep. After the baby fell asleep, Princess Anxi carefully found a flat and dry place to put the baby down. She even sprinkled some repellent around the baby. As a person from the southern wilderness, he had no lack of these things. After settling the child, Princess Anqi walked to Mo Jingli, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, and asked calmly, "Why did Emperor Chu bring I here?" Mo Jingli looked at Princess Anqi maliciously and sneered. "What do you want? Can't we catch you for no reason?" Princess Anqi shook her head and said, "I don't believe it. If it wasn't for anything, Emperor Chu could have killed I from the beginning. Why wait until now?" Is it for the Princeton mansion? It wasn't hard to guess. Although Mo Jingli was deposed by the Empress Dowager and the officials of the Chu state, it was because of the war with the Princeton mansion. If he hadn't been defeated by the Princeton mansion, the officials of the Chu state wouldn't have dared to rebel against Mo Jingli in Jiangnan. Mo Jingli stared at her and said, "You're smart. No wonder Shu Manlin couldn't beat you. Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, it's useless in my hands. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coming to Li City." Princess Anqi didn't speak anymore. With her intelligence, she could see that Mo Jingli wasn't normal. If Mo Jingli was determined to kill her, it was useless to say anything. As the Queen of Nanzhao, she wouldn't kneel and beg for mercy. But Princess Anqi's calmness angered Mo Jingli. Mo Jingli stared at her and laughed sinisterly. "Do you think your husband will come to save you?" "Yes, he escaped, but do you think the people of the Princeton mansion can find you? Even if they can find you, this child isn't even a year old yet, right? Can he hold on until then?" Princess Anqi said calmly, "What do you want?" Mo Jingli smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to see how powerful the Princeton mansion is." Princess Anqi closed her eyes and was silent for a long time. Then she said, "You captured me to distract the Princeton mansion. You want to do something else. You want to harm the people of the Princeton mansion." Mo Jingli tilted his head and looked at Princess Anqi for a long time. Then he sighed and said, "You're really a smart woman. You're much better than that idiot Xia. Back then, why did I fall for that idiot?" Princess Anqi gritted her teeth, anger flashing through her eyes. When Princess Xia was sent back to Li City by Yi Li's men, her injuries hadn't healed yet. Not to mention, she looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Although she was very angry at her disobedient sister, Princess Anqi couldn't help but hate Mo Jingli's heartlessness when she saw how she was hurt by the man she had loved for more than 10 years. "Since you already know, then stay here obediently. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. If you don't, I promise I'll let you watch your precious son die a horrible death." Mo Jingli looked down at Princess Anqi and smiled coldly. As if he thought of something, a trace of hostility flashed through Mo Jingli's eyes. He smiled and said, "I know the people of the Princeton mansion are looking for us. But don't worry, they won't find us here. Even if they do, they won't dare to come unless they don't want your life anymore. By the way, if you want to escape, you can go out and try." With that, Mo Jingli ignored Princess Anqi and swaggered out of the cave. Seeing Mo Jingli's figure disappear into the cave, Princess Anqi slowly moved to the entrance of the cave. Soon, she understood why Mo Jingli wasn't afraid that she would escape or that the people of the Princeton mansion would find them. This cave was actually halfway up a cliff, and at the bottom of the cliff was a vast and almost endless lake. If she was alone, she could take a gamble and jump directly from the cliff, but with a child, she really couldn't escape by herself. She silently looked at the lake below the cliff. She wasn't very familiar with the Northwest and couldn't guess where she was. After thinking for a while, Princess Anqi turned and walked back into the cave. Chapter 1066. The news of the Queen of Nanzhao disappearing not far from Glass City was not completely concealed, and the Princeton mansion did not deliberately hide it. Just as Mo Xiaoyao said, there was no wall in the world that did not have a crack. Right now, the people in Glass City were all nobles and even people in charge of various countries. They more or less had their own secret channels. Even if they could not find out the situation in the Princeton mansion, some of the big and small matters in Glass City could not be hidden from them. Among them, the most shocked was Mo Jingyu. He originally thought that Mo Jingli was just joking when he said that he wanted to make a move on the Queen of Nanzhao. He He did not expect that madman to really make a move and even succeed. Decades of cautiousness made Mo Jingyu instinctively feel that his current situation was somewhat dangerous. However, such an important piece of evidence and the temptation of the Imperial Jade Seal made him unable to retreat safely. Hearing the news reported by his subordinate, Mo Jingyu took a deep breath. After a while, he regained his senses and waved his hand to dismiss the subordinate. "Uncle Wang, did something happen?" Mo Suiyun, who was sitting at the side, asked curiously. Mo Jingyu glanced at him indifferently and said, "Didn't you hear that someone kidnapped the Queen and Prince of Nanzhao?" He blinked and said with some confusion, "Why would they kidnap the Queen and Prince of Nanzhao? This is the territory of the Prince Ding Mansion. If they have a grudge against the Queen of Nanzhao, wouldn't it be better to help people elsewhere?" Mo Jingyu looked at him and said with a smile, "Your Majesty is thinking too much." Mo Suiyun lowered his head and said somewhat shyly, "Didn't Uncle Wang and Imperial Grandmother say, 'We can't provoke the Prince Ding Mansion'? Uncle Prince Ding seems to be very powerful. Are those assassins not afraid of him?" Mo Jingyu sighed softly and murmured in a low voice, "Maybe he's crazy." Although his voice was low, Mo Suiyun was sitting very close to him. Naturally, he heard it clearly. Mo Suiyun lowered his head and did not reply, as if he did not hear Mo Jingyu's words at all. A strange light flashed through his seemingly ignorant eyes. Even though the shadow guards of the Prince Ding Mansion had searched every nook and cranny of Glass City, they still couldn't find Princess Anqi. After that, Su Qingbai and the envoys from the Western region arrived at Glass City safely. Since they were escorted by the shadow guards of the Prince Ding Mansion from afar, they did not encounter any trouble along the way. However, a few of the shadow guards sent by the Prince Ding Mansion were injured. In the study of the Prince Ding Mansion, Su Qingbai was drinking tea as he looked at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, who were sitting at the top of the table. He asked, "Did something happen?" Even if the emissaries from the Western regions were guests, there was no need to send a shadow guard to welcome them hundreds of miles away. After a few years of being independent, Su Qingbai also became more mature and steady. Even though he was too young compared to the officials of the Prince Ding Mansion, his aura was already somewhat similar to that of great teacher Su. Yili nodded and told him about Princess Anqi's disappearance. Su Qingbai raised his eyebrows, but did not show any surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, even if Mo Jingli wanted to vent his anger, he wouldn't look for the Queen of Nanzhao, who has no grudge with him. With his personality, I'm afraid he'll look for the Prince Ding Mansion in the end. Yili nodded. She naturally understood what Su Qingbai was saying. She sighed with some worry and said, I'm just afraid that Mo Jingli is deliberately trying to embarrass the Prince Ding Mansion and harm Princess Anqi and the little prince. There hasn't been any news in the past 2 days, so it shouldn't be. Moreover, Mo Jingli is not someone who doesn't care about his own life. With Princess Anqi and the little prince in his hands, at least we won't attack him. Therefore, Princess Anqi shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Su Qingbai analyzed calmly. He had no relationship with Princess Anqi. It could even be said that he didn't know her at all. Therefore, he was more objective in his analysis. Lear, don't worry too much. If Mo Jingli wanted to kill her, he could have done it on the spot. Why would he bother to kidnap her and find a place to hide her? Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and smiled. I also said the same thing, but Li insisted on worrying. Now that Qingbai also thinks so, you should be relieved, right? Yi Li smiled a little embarrassedly and said to Su Qingbai, Fourth brother, second brother will be in charge of the accommodation and reception of the Western region ambassadors. Please take care of them. Also, I'm a little worried that Mo Jingli might do something to the Western region ambassadors. If there's any problem, you can go to Qinfeng or Zhujiang. Su Qingbai nodded solemnly. The Western region ambassadors came from afar to congratulate them. No matter what their intentions were, they were still guests from afar. If something happened to them in Glass City, it would be difficult to explain. If they weren't careful, the Western region borders might be lit again. Since we're sure it's Mo Jingli, then could he be in contact with the people from the Chu state? Su Qingbai thought for a moment, then put down the teacup in his hand and asked. Yili smiled faintly. Fourth brother is indeed sharp. We do suspect that Mo Jingli has met with Mo Jingyu. And I'm afraid Mo Jingli has something on Mo Jingyu. So, you plan to wait for him to come? Su Qingbai raised his eyebrows. But we still have to be careful. Mo Jingli dares to sneak into Xiling and hasn't been caught by the Prince Ding Mansion shadow guards. It seems that he still has some trump cards. Mo Xiao nodded and said, Don't worry. This king knows what else he has in his hands. Mo Jingyu has always been cautious. What could Mo Jingli have on him? Speaking of this, Su Qingbai was also curious. He had been in the Chu capital for a period of time, and had even been an official of the Chu state. Naturally, the princes of the Chu state had some understanding of these people. Mo Jingqi was able to remain safe and sound under someone as suspicious as Mo Jingli. Later, when he was under Mo Jingli, he was still able to be put in an important position. Now that Mo Jingli had fallen, he was still able to hold great power. It was clear that he wasn't someone easy to deal with. What weakness could Mo Jingli have against such a person that he could use to control him? Mo Xiaoyao frowned. With Mo Jingyu's current position, no one can touch him even if they have something on him. What can make him afraid of treason, rebellion, regicide? Mo Jingqi and Mo Suyun's matter has nothing to do with him. Rebellion. Mo Jingyu isn't such an impulsive person. He doesn't have any troops in his hands. That means treason. As he spoke, Mo Xiaoyao's brows furrowed. Treason? Yili and Su Qingbai were both surprised. Mo Jingyu was a prince of the Chu state. Treason was even more surprising than rebellion and regicide. Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his forehead, thinking as he said, It shouldn't be considered treason. It's very likely that he sold something from the Chu state too. He frowned and thought for a moment, before slowly spitting out two words. Northern tribes. Are you sure? Yili frowned. Traitors, no matter what era they were in, would always be despised by the world. If that was the case, it was no wonder that Mo Jingli was controlled by him. I'm not sure. It's just a guess, Mo Xiaoyao said mildly. However, whether it's true or not, we'll know soon enough. After knowing that Mo Jingli and Mo Jingyu had been in contact, the Prince Ding Mansion had already sent people to investigate Mo Jingyu. Most likely, it wouldn't be long before all of Mo Jingyu's deeds would be placed before them. If even Mo Jingli could discover a secret, it was fine if the Prince Ding Mansion didn't notice. If they investigated seriously, it was impossible for them not to find out. Yili only hoped that this wasn't true. If Mo Jingyu really did something he shouldn't have done, she was afraid that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to leave Glass City alive. Chapter 1067. Princess Consort. Princess Elan of the Northern Territory has arrived. A guard reported from outside the door. Hearing this, Yili couldn't help but smile. Yili had a good impression of the princess of the Northern Territory who dared to love and hate. She stood up and said to Mo Xiaoyao, I will go and welcome Princess Elan. Even though Princess Elan had the title of princess, the Northern Territory couldn't be considered a country yet. It could only be considered tribe. As Prince Ding, Mo Xiaoyao naturally didn't need to personally welcome this princess, even if this princess could be the future ruler of the Northern Territory. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, That's fine. I still have some things to discuss with Qingbai. Yili didn't beat around the bush. She stood up and walked out. There was a brief moment of silence in the study because of Yi Li's departure. After a while, Mo Xiaoyao finally said, Qingbai, what do you have to say? Su Qingbai nodded slightly and said, I heard the officials of Li City have some complaints about Li Er. Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile. Fourth young master Su, it's not like you haven't dealt with those old scholars before. How can you not understand? Su Qingbai lowered his eyes and nodded. That is indeed the case. Then, what does Prince think? Mo Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction. This matter will have to depend on fourth young master Su. I understand. Su Qingbai nodded. The smile on Mo Xiaoyao's face became even more joyful. It was so comfortable to talk to smart people. Fourth young master, Su, looked like he was skilled in politics and was cultured and refined. In reality, he was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If it wasn't for the absolute power in his personality, with Su Qingbai's scholarly appearance, how could he have subdued the great families of Xiling in a short 2 to 3 years? Although Su Qingchen was the leader of the 5 young masters of the Su family, Imo Xiaoyao knew that eldest young master Su was too aloof. It would be difficult for him to stay in the government for long. Therefore, if she really wanted to do something, she would have to turn to the 4th son of the Su family. As for how those annoying old fellows would be tormented by 4th young master Su, His Highness Prince Ding didn't care. It would be a big mistake to think that Prince Ding was punishing him for his petty actions. The name Prince Ding could also mean petty, vengeful, and vindictive. Helan. Outside the entrance of the Prince Ding mansion, Yili smiled as she looked at the beautiful lady in red who was dressed in the Northern Tribe's unique uniform. Princess Ding. Princess Helan rushed forward with a bright smile and gave Yili a warm hug. Princess Ding, long time no see. You're still so beautiful. Yili helplessly returned the hug and said with a smile, I'm not as beautiful as the princess. After staying in this era for so long, Yili realized that she was not used to such a warm greeting. Really, Princess Helan looked at Yi Li with joy. Many people praised her beauty, but what kind of praise was more pleasing than praise from the beauty in one's eyes? Yi Li smiled and said, Of course it's true. It seems that the princess has had a great time in the past year. Princess Helan smiled and said, Not bad. Although the Central Plains is great, I still prefer the North. I've heard that you've had a wonderful year. One day, I really want to compete with you in martial arts. Along the way, the people of the Central Plains have been talking about Princess Ding as if she's a living goddess of war. You're most welcome. Yili smiled and said, The princess has had a great journey. Please come in and rest. Please come in. Princess Helan did not stand on ceremony. She took Yili's hand and walked into the Prince Ding mansion. When they reached the entrance, Yili suddenly stopped and looked at a certain place outside the mansion. Princess Helan was puzzled and asked, What's wrong? Yili smiled faintly and said, Nothing, please. At an inconspicuous place, she raised her hand and gestured to Qin Feng. She clearly felt that someone was staring at her from that direction. Qin Feng nodded slightly and watched the two of them enter the Prince Ding mansion. Then, he waved his hand and ordered the guards to search in the direction Yili pointed. In the prince's mansion, Princess Helan held Yi Li's hand and walked inside. She whispered, Princess Ding, is there something going against the Prince Ding mansion? Yili raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect Princess Helan's senses to be so sharp. Princess Helan quickly shook her head and said, No, we encountered a group of assassins on the way here. It was before we entered Feihong Pass. At first, I thought it was the remnants of Ren Qining's subordinates who wanted to take revenge on me. Later, I felt that it wasn't so. As soon as we arrived at Glass City, I heard that assassins kidnapped the Queen of Nanzhao. Just now, Princess Helan didn't find anything just now. She just guessed that Yili might have found something from Yili's reaction. Thinking of this, Princess Helan dejectedly admitted that she was indeed inferior to Princess Ding. Yili let out a soft sigh and briefly explained the situation to him. Princess Helan didn't care. She smiled and said, This Mo Jingli is quite bold. If there is a chance, this princess would like to meet him. Yili shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, I don't want you to meet him. Mo Jingli was able to set up an ambush to assassinate Princess Helan on the way here. It could be seen that he was really crazy. He didn't care that he might become the target of the various countries. In Glass City, in a dark alley, a middle-aged man wearing plain cotton clothes slowly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. As expected of Yi Li, she was almost discovered, thinking of the gentle woman in white with a sweet smile outside the Prince Ding mansion. A complicated expression flashed across the middle-aged man's face. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. His face became sinister and twisted. Yili Mo Xiaoyao. I won't let you off. I won't let you off. In the Dechu State's messenger's hostel, Mo Jingyu pushed open the door to his room with a gloomy face. Just now, he heard that Princess Helen's group in the north had encountered an assassination attempt. He didn't need to think to know who did it. Now that the Princeton Mansion was at its peak, there was no one who dared to go against the Princeton Mansion other than that crazy Mo Jingli. As soon as he entered, he realized that something was wrong. Mo Jingyu raised his head in alarm and saw a person sitting on the soft couch in his room, reading a book. Mo Jingyu was stunned. He quickly turned around and closed the door. In a low voice, he roared, "You're crazy. You actually dare to swagger in here at a time like this." Mo Jingli sneered. He raised his eyebrows in disdain. "Are you afraid? Don't worry. The people from the Princeton Mansion won't discover me." Mo Jingyu looked carefully and realized that most of Mo Jingli's appearance was very different from last time. His originally eye-catching beard had been completely replaced, and his originally sallow and thin face was also a little too fair. He was even wearing the clothes of a guard from the Dechu State's Prince Yu's residence. He didn't look like a middle-aged man in his 30s. Instead, he looked like a sickly young man in his 20s. "You?" Mo Jingyu walked up and stared at Mo Jingli. When he got closer, he realized that Mo Jingli's face was unnaturally white. It turned out that he had applied a layer of powder. Mo Jingli hadn't been living well these days. It wasn't possible for him to return to his original pampered appearance in a short period of time. Naturally, he could only use powder to cover it up. But as a man, even though Mo Jingyu was a member of the imperial family and liked to pretend to be cultured, he still couldn't stand the powder on his face. He couldn't help but frown. "You're really unscrupulous." If one wasn't familiar with Mo Jingli, they might not be able to recognize him even if he stood in front of them. No wonder Mo Jingli was so fearless. Chapter 1068. Mo Jingli's face twisted for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "Why are you looking for me?" Mo Jingyu asked. It was not a good feeling to have your weakness in someone else's hands. So Mo Jingyu did not want to see Mo Jingli at all. Mo Jingli smiled. "Of course there's something. In 2 days, it will be the Prince Ding Mansion's banquet. The thing I want you to do for me is also on that day." Mo Jingyu raised his eyebrows, waiting for him to speak. Mo Jingli said, "I want you to bring that Mo Yuchen from the Prince Ding Mansion out on that day." Mo Jingyu looked at him indifferently. "Do you think I have the ability to bring the heir of the Prince Ding Mansion out of the heavily guarded Prince Ding Mansion? Moreover, even if I bring him out, how can I get away afterwards?" "That's your problem," Mo Jingli said indifferently. "Methods are always thought of by people. As long as you want to, there will naturally be a way." Mo Jingyu flatly refused. "I have no way." Mo Jingli was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "No way? Then let me remind you. If you have no way, perhaps the little emperor you brought with you has a way." Mo Jingyu's expression changed slightly. "You want to use His Majesty?" Indeed, Mo Suiyun was only 11 or 12 years old. They were all children, so it was not easy for him to arouse suspicion. Mo Jingli sneered. "His Majesty? You sure know how to say it. Don't tell me you're worried about him. Anyway, he's Mo Jinchi's son. Even if he dies, it has nothing to do with you. Isn't that right?" Mo Jingyu was silent for a long time, then said, "I know, but you'd better make sure you really have the ability. If you fail halfway, the Shadow Guard and Qi Lin of the Prince Ding Mansion are not to be trifled with." Mo Jingli smiled. "Don't worry. When that day comes, they'll be busy. Also, there's one more thing. Mo Jingli, don't push your luck." Mo Jingyu growled angrily. Looking at his angry appearance, Mo Jingli laughed happily and said leisurely, "Don't worry. This matter is even easier. On the day of the banquet at the Prince Ding Mansion, I want to go to the Prince Ding Mansion with you." "You're crazy." Mo Jingyu gritted her teeth. Mo Jingli glanced at him indifferently and did not refute. Mo Jingli took a deep breath and said in a rough voice, "I know, but what you have." Mo Jingli nodded and said, "Don't worry. As long as I see Mo Yuchen, I will give you everything you want." "You better keep your word," Mo Jingyu said hatefully. "Ka!" A muffled sound came from outside the door. Mo Jingli's expression changed as he rushed out. Who is it? The door was opened, and a bright yellow voice hurriedly turned into the corridor. Mo Jingli sneered and rushed forward to bring the person back. Seeing Mo Suiyun thrown into the room, Mo Jingyu's expression turned ugly. Looking at Mo Jingli, she asked, "What should we do?" Mo Jingli snorted. "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Since he heard it, we'll just kill him." Mo Suiyun sat on the ground with a pale face, looking at the two people in front of him in horror. He accidentally saw someone enter Mo Jingyu's room, so he quietly came over to see who it was. He happened to see Mo Jingyu come back, but did not expect to hear their secret plan. He accidentally bumped into the wall and was discovered by Mo Jingli. "Uncle Yu." Mo Suiyun looked at Mo Jingyu in horror. Mo Jingyu frowned and said, "If His Majesty suddenly dies, it will arouse the suspicion of the Prince Ding Mansion." At that time, Mo Jingli thought for a while and also praised Mo Jingyu's words. The Prince Ding Mansion must be heavily protected by Mo Xiaobao now. It would not be easy to trick him out. At least among the people from the Chu state, Mo Suiyun had the highest chance. "But I won't say anything, Uncle Li." Although Mo Jingli had changed a lot, Mo Suiyun still recognized Mo Jingli. The fear on his face deepened. Regardless of whether it was the princess or the prince, none of the people left behind by Mo Jingqi were not afraid of him. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes and stared at Mo Suiyun for a while. He said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, be obedient." Mo Suiyun nodded repeatedly and wiped his tears. "I'll be obedient. Uncle Li, don't kill me." Looking at his frightened appearance, Mo Jingli nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pull him up. Mo Suiyun stood up fearfully and felt uneasy under Mo Jingli's blade-like gaze. Mo Jingli looked at him and asked, "Do you know what you have to do?" Mo Suiyun hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Can you do it?" Mo Jingli asked. "Yes." Mo Suiyun nodded quickly and said, Mo Yuchen asked me to find him a play. I didn't go these days. I'll find him to play later. He will definitely come with me." Mo Jingli's lips curved into a cold smile. He raised his hand and patted Mo Suiyun's head, saying, "Very good. Uncle Li knows you are a good boy. As long as you bring Mo Yuchen out of the Prince Ding Mansion on the day of the Prince Ding Mansion banquet, you will still be the emperor of the Chu state. Uncle Li won't hurt you." Mo Suiyun couldn't help shivering and whispered, "Uncle Li, I know." Chapter 1069. Mo Suiyun returned to his room and immediately closed the door. He lifted the quilt and stuffed himself in, hiding under the thick brocade quilt and trembling. He wasn't a particularly smiling person, but he believed that all his brothers and sisters had the same deep impression of this Uncle Li. In the palace in Nanjing, they saw with their own eyes how Mo Jingli tortured Mo Suiyun. In his malicious eyes that swept over them from time to time, each of them left a deep shadow on Mo Suiyun, who was still young at that time. This time, Mo Suiyun trembled fiercely and hugged the quilt even tighter. Just now, he clearly felt that Mo Jingli wasn't just scaring him, but really wanted to kill him. No, I can't die. I can't die," Mo Suiyun whispered. "What should I do? What should I do? Deceive Mo Yuchen out and let Mo Jingli kill him?" Mo Suiyun shook his head fiercely. Although he didn't like Mo Yuchen and subconsciously regarded him as a future enemy. But now, he wasn't qualified to be compared with Mo Yuchen and the Prince Ding Mansion. Therefore, his current enemy was definitely not Mo Yuchen. And Prince Ding, that terrible white-clothed and white-haired Prince Ding. If he killed Mo Yuchen, Mo Suiyun couldn't help but tremble again. No, he absolutely couldn't provoke Prince Ding. But what should he do? Who wants to die? A laughing voice came into his ears. Mo Suiyun was startled, and after a long while, he suddenly lifted the quilt and saw Mo Xiaobao sitting by the bed and looking at him curiously with a smile. "Why are you here?" Seeing Mo Xiaobao, Mo Suiyun's face suddenly turned pale. He quickly got up and wanted to see if there was anyone outside. Mo Xiaobao tilted his head and smiled. Don't worry, there's no one outside. Mo Suiyun breathed a sigh of relief, staring at Mo Xiaobao silently. Mo Xiaobao didn't care, sitting leisurely and looking at Mo Suiyun, who was standing by the bed in a daze. Actually, Mo Xiaobao also knew that compared to Mo Suiyun, he was definitely considered fortunate. At least, he had grown up happily under the protection of everyone, unlike Mo Suiyun, who had grown up in fear and trepidation in the harem. Now, he was being manipulated like a puppet by the courtiers and nobles of the Chu state. Under such circumstances, Mo Suiyun was still able to carefully conceal his thoughts. It was no wonder that Lord Father would look at him in a different light. Mo Suiyun was also sizing up Mo Xiaobao as he struggled in his heart. He knew that it was very likely that Mo Jingli had not left yet. If he called someone over now, very soon, Mo Suiyun shook his head. Mo Xiaobao would definitely not come here alone. Even if he was naughty, the people of the Prince Ding mansion would protect him in secret. Even if Mo Jingli killed Mo Yuchen, they would be the ones to bear Prince Ding's anger in the end. Unless Mo Jingli could kill Prince Ding. But could Mo Jingli kill Prince Ding? Of course not. If Mo Jingli had this ability, it would not be his turn to sit on the throne now. So, Mo Yuchen could not be hurt. At least, Mo Yuchen could not die here. Go quickly. Mo Suiyun came back to his senses and pulled Mo Xiaobao towards the window. Mo Xiaobao looked at him in surprise and said, What are you doing? I came to play with you, and you want to drive me away like this? Mo Suiyun said angrily, I'm not feeling well today. You go first. The more anxious he was, the more relaxed Mo Xiaobao was. He leaned on the table with a smile and said, If you're not feeling well, then rest. I won't disturb you. Mo Suiyun was so anxious that he wanted to cry. If he had the ability, he would have picked up Mo Xiaobao and thrown him out. Mo Xiaobao gently fluttered his long eyelashes and looked at him with a smile. He said slowly, Why are you so anxious? It's as if you're afraid that others will know that I'm here. Don't worry, this is Glass City. Even if King Yu knows that I came here secretly, he won't do anything to me. King Yu is nothing. Mo Suiyun cursed in his heart. In short, hurry up and leave. I don't want to play with you today. I want to play with you. Why don't we go out and play? Mo Xiaobao's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. Young Master Mo, can I beg you go back first? Mo Suiyun couldn't help but groan. Whose life was he doing this for? Mo Xiaobao raised his handsome eyebrows and patted Mo Suiyun's shoulder. He laughed softly and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Brother, if you have any difficulties, tell me. Is there anything that I can't handle in Glass City? Mo Xiaobao acted as if they were brothers and had taken care of everything for their brothers. Mo Suiyun glanced at Mo Xiaobao with disdain. What could a kid who was shorter than him, who only knew how to play, do? He would be thankful if Mo Jingli didn't know that he was here and was killed by Mo Jingli. Mo Suiyun said snappily, In short, hurry up and leave. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Mo Xiaobao didn't force him. He shrugged and said, Then I'll go back first. If there's anything, get someone to find me at the Prince Ding mansion. I got it, let's go. Seeing that he was finally willing to leave, Mo Suiyun naturally agreed and pushed him towards the window. Mo Xiaobao slapped his hand away and said, It's enough to go to a place once. If I go through the window again, am I waiting to be caught? Walking to a corner of the room, Mo Xiaobao leaped up and used the wall as leverage to sit firmly on the beam. He turned around and waved at Mo Suiyun. Mo Xiaobao then drilled out from a place on the roof that had been opened at some point. Seeing Mo Xiaobao reveal such a skill, Mo Suiyun was still stunned. Although he had seen many people with better qigong than Mo Xiaobao, those people were much older than Mo Xiaobao. To have such a body at such a young age, no wonder Mo Xiaobao dared to sneak into the Chu State's post house in broad daylight. After finally sending Mo Xiaobao away, Mo Suiyun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty. Mo Jingyu's voice came from outside the door. Mo Suiyun's body stiffened, but he quickly recovered and walked over to open the door. Uncle Yu. Mo Jingyu stood at the door and looked at Mo Suiyun strangely. Why did you lock the door? Mo Suiyun bit the corner of his lips and said in a low voice, Uncle Yu. Mo Jingyu looked at him in understanding. You're afraid? Mo Suiyun nodded heavily. Mo Jingyu sighed helplessly. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to do it. Your Majesty, you're not a child anymore. There are many things that you should understand. Mo Suiyun's face darkened. He said in a low voice, I understand, Uncle Yu. Uncle Lee has left? He's gone. Mo Jingyu said in a low voice. At the mention of Mo Jingli, his expression did not look too good. He cursed in a low voice. That lunatic! Who knows what he want to do again? Your Majesty, you don't have to be afraid. The day after tomorrow, as long as you follow Uncle Yu's instructions, you'll be fine. Mo Suiyun nodded obediently. I understand, Uncle Yu. Seeing his listless appearance, Mo Jingyu knew that he must have been badly frightened just now. Among the remaining princes of Mo Jingqi, Mo Suiyun's performance was already considered not bad. If Mo Suiyun, who had already passed away, encountered such a thing, he would have been scared to the point of crying. Chapter 1070. Uncle Wang won't disturb you anymore. Have a good rest, Mo Jingyu said softly. Yes, Uncle Wang, Mo Suiyun said softly. Mo Jingyu patted Mo Suiyun's shoulder and turned to leave. Seeing Mo Jingyu leave, Mo Suiyun let out a sigh of relief. He closed the door and looked back at the roof that was no longer strange. He threw himself back into the thick blanket. On the roof of Mo Suiyun's room, two thin and small figures were lying motionlessly. Because the location they chose was right under the carved eaves of the roof, and there were also tree branches blocking the way, if it wasn't for someone walking up to the roof, they wouldn't be discovered at all. Mo Xiaobao lay on the roof without a care for his image and said with a smile, So it's like this. Beside him, Qinlai rolled his eyes at him and said in a low voice, Why aren't you leaving? Didn't you hear? That Mo Jingli is here. Mo Xiaobao said regretfully, It's a pity that we found out too late. He's already run away. Don't tell me the little prince is planning to take the lead and personally catch that guy. Qinlai mocked harshly. Mo Xiaobao rolled his eyes. Have you heard that Mo Jingli's martial arts are very high? He sneaked into the post house. This prince doesn't believe that he brought guards with him. We could just call people to pounce on him. We have more people, so what if we can't catch him? Qinlai shrugged. The plan is not bad. It's a pity that he's already gone. How long do we have to lie there? Mo Xiaobao looked up at the sky and said embarrassedly, No matter what, we have to wait until it's dark. If they were caught, although their lives wouldn't be in danger if they were discovered in broad daylight, they would definitely alert the enemy. Qinlai didn't care. He raised his eyebrows and said, Mo Suiyun doesn't seem to want to follow Mo Jingyu's plan. Mo Xiaobao touched his chin. As long as he's not completely stupid, he won't be willing. Mo Jingli has something on Mo Jingyu, but Mo Suiyun doesn't. Why would he accompany Mo Jingyu to his death? No matter if he succeeds or not, he's definitely going to die. Mo Xiaobao lay on the roof and held his chin, lost in thought. Looking at his strange smile, Qinlai speechlessly smoothed the goosebumps on his arms and asked, What do you want to do now? Qinlai deeply felt that being sent to accompany the little prince of the Prince-Ding mansion was simply a huge test given to him by God. Little Crown, Prince Mo's temperament was fickle and unpredictable. He loved to provoke Prince Ding. He lost every battle, but lost every battle. He never got tired of it. That was fine, but the audacity and unpredictability of his actions were constantly testing his heart. Mo Xiaobao poked Qinlai with a smile and said, Do you think we can get the little emperor to defect? Qinlai looked at the sky and said calmly, He thinks of you as an imaginary enemy. Do you think you can convince him to defect? That's different, Mo Xiaobao said. My mother said that there are no eternal friends in this world. nor are there eternal enemies. There are only eternal benefits. Mo Suiyun didn't want to go against the Prince Ding Mansion now. If he went against the Prince Ding Mansion now, he wouldn't get any benefits. Instead, he would be in big trouble. Since that's the case, why can't he cooperate with us? The enemy of an enemy is a friend. I feel that if he had to choose a side, he would definitely choose to cooperate with the Prince Ding Mansion. It's a pity that he pushed you out just now. Qin Lai slowly reminded. Mo Xiaobao raised his hand and scratched his little head. He frowned and thought for a long time before saying, "He doesn't believe me." He had acted too much before. In Mo Suiyun's eyes, he was probably a child who didn't know anything and only knew how to eat, drink, and play. "Then what do you want?" Qin Lai asked. Mo Xiaobao said, "You wait here. I'll go down again." Qin Lai also knew that he couldn't win against Mo Xiaobao. He silently lay down on the ground and watched as Mo Xiaobao removed the glazed tiles that were just put back one by one. Then, he jumped down from the small hole again. When night fell, Mo Xiaobao brought Qin Lai back to the Prince Ding Mansion with a joyful expression. The moment he entered, he saw Uncle Mo, who was standing at the door waiting for them, giving him a pitiful look. Mo Xiaobao instantly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly went up to Chief Steward Mo and smiled obediently. "Grandfather Mo." Chief Steward Mo hurriedly said, "This old servant doesn't dare. Little Shitsi can just call this old servant Chief Steward." Mo Xiaobao didn't care about this. He smiled and asked, "Grandfather Mo, where are my father and mother?" Chief Steward Mo said, "The prince and princess consort are waiting for little Shitsi in the study." Mo Xiaobao's shoulders instantly slumped. He said with a sad face, "It's over." When he left in the morning, he forgot to tell his mother and father that he would be back later. Mo Xiaobao firmly refused to admit that he didn't consider the fact that it was easy to enter the Chu State's post house, but difficult to leave. Furthermore, he got carried away by hooking up with a certain someone and forgot the time. Chief Steward Mo patted little Shitsi's shoulder lovingly and said, "The prince and princess consort are waiting for little Shitsi. Little Shitsi, quickly go to the study." "Can I not go?" Mo Xiaobao looked pitifully at Chief Steward Mo. Chief Steward Mo gave him a helpless look. Mo Xiaobao could only lower his head and slowly walk towards the study. "Oh, our little Shitsi is back." In the study, Mo Shuyao was reclining on the soft couch, lazily flipping open a book. Seeing Mo Xiaobao enter, he gave him a faint smile. Mo Xiaobao carefully looked at Yi Li sitting on the other side. His expression became even more gloomy. He saw Yi Li sitting upright on the stool, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Other than a trace of relief flashing through her eyes when he entered, there was no other expression. Mo Xiaobao's mouth was bitter. Mother's anger was worse than father's anger. "Mother, Xiaobao is back." Walking in front of Yi Li, Mo Xiaobao said in a small voice. Yi Li looked at him indifferently and asked in a soft voice, "Why did you come back so late?" Mo Xiaobao said in a low voice, "This child went to the Chu State's post house to play with the little emperor." Actually, how could Yi Li and Mo Shuyao not know about this? Even when Mo Xiaobao sneaked out, there were still many people following him. Moreover, Mo Xiaobao always had a sense of propriety. Normally, he would not deliberately shake off the shadow guard that followed him. If not for this, the entire Prince Ding Mansion would have been in chaos when Mo Xiaobao didn't come back so late. Yi Li smiled at him and said, "It seems like the Chu State's post house is very fun. It made you forget the time to return home? Tomorrow, Mother will go and ask King Yu what exactly is in the Chu State's post house that attracts our little Shitsi." Yi Li never liked to restrict her child too much, so Mo Xiaobao had always been free to run around Glass City. But there was one rule. Other than Lishan Academy, he had to return home before sunset. Even if he was going to stay at the Su family temporarily, he had to send someone back to inform them in advance. But today, Mo Xiaobao didn't say anything until now. From beginning to end, he didn't tell anyone what he was doing. If it wasn't for the shadow guard following him, an ordinary family would have been anxious to death. Chapter 1071. Mother, Xiaobao, I didn't think it through. Xiaobao knows his mistake. Mo Xiaobao admitted his mistake with a bitter face. He had hurriedly sneaked in to find Mo Suiyun and indeed didn't say anything. Perhaps he knew that the shadow guard was following him, so he was so fearless. What did you do wrong? Yili asked. Mo Xiaobao obediently lowered his head. Xiaobao shouldn't have sneaked out without telling mother and father. I shouldn't have come back too late and forgotten to let someone report and make mother worry. I shouldn't have sneaked out to find the little emperor of Dechu State. Looking at her son's lowered head and pitiful appearance, Yi Li's heart softened. She raised her hand to rub his little head. Mother and father didn't hide the big matter in Glass City from you. You also know that the Queen and Prince of Nanzhao were held hostage by Mo Jingli. Right now, Mo Jingli and Mo Jingyu's relationship is unclear, yet you still sent yourself to him. What if Mo Jingli injures you in a life and death struggle? What will you do then? Mother, this child was wrong. Feeling his mother's worry, Mo Xiaobao felt even more guilty. He felt that Mo Suiyun was very foolish and slow-witted and wanted to find him to get some information. He thought that in broad daylight, even if Mo Jingyu and Mo Jingli colluded, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, he forgot that a corner dog would do something desperate. If Mo Jingli completely lost his rationality and wanted to fight to the death with the Prince Ding mansion, he, who ran into the Chu State's post house, was the best bargaining chip. Yili raised her hand to knock his little head. She calmly said, "Since you know your mistake, you'll be grounded for 3 months. Write 30 pieces of calligraphy every day and bring them to your eldest uncle for inspection." Mother, Mo Xiaobao really wanted to cry. Of all the punishments, Mo Xiaobao hated being grounded the most. He couldn't leave his own courtyard, and no one would go find him a play. Only the teachers took turns to teach him, not to mention the 30 pieces of calligraphy. Unlike copying books, the requirements for practicing calligraphy were much stricter. His eldest uncle, who was good at calligraphy, was even more strict about this. When Mo Xiaobao first started practicing calligraphy, there were times when he couldn't find a single piece that satisfied Su Qingchen. In other words, out of the 30 that his mother said, he might end up writing 40 or even 100. Yili looked at him indifferently, smiling without saying anything. Xiaobao instantly knew that there was no hope for his mother. He could only stare at Mo Xiaoyao, who was not far away. "Lord Father." Mo Xiaoyao sat up and raised his eyebrows at Mo Xiaoyao, who was looking at him pleadingly. He smiled calmly and said, "Li, it's not appropriate to punish Xiaobao like this." Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at Mo Xiaoyao in surprise. Normally, if he saw her punish Mo Xiaoyao, he would only complain that the punishment was too light. It was already good enough that he did not add fuel to the fire. This was the first time she had pleaded for Mo Xiaobao. How was it not appropriate? Yili asked. Mo Xiaoyao softly said, "In 2 days, it will be Lin and Xian Er's first birthday banquet. At that time, Xiaobao, as the older brother, will be grounded. Wouldn't that be a joke to outsiders?" Yili frowned. For such a large banquet, Mo Xiaobao, as the little heir of the Prince Ding mansion, would not be able to attend. But this was not a big deal. She could just let him out when the time came. Mo Xiaoyao walked to Yi Li's side and sat down. He smiled and said, "I know that you are worried about Xiaobao's safety, so you want to ground him. But Xiaobao is no longer a child. This time should be an accident. Isn't that right, Xiaobao?" Seeing Lord Father plead for him, Mo Xiaobao was overjoyed. He nodded and said, "Yes, mother. This child did not come back late on purpose. This child heard something very important at the post house." "Let's hear it." Yili nodded. Mo Xiaobao hurriedly told her what he heard at the post house and his conversation with Mo Suiyun. Then he said, "So, this child was afraid that if the guards of the Dechu State found out, wouldn't it alert the enemy? So I waited until the sky turned dark before leaving the post house with Qin Lai. Mother, this child really knows his mistake." Yili's expression changed slightly. Mo Jingli is in the post house. Why didn't you let someone come out to report? If something happened, Mo Xiaoyao raised his hand to hold Yi Li's slightly cold hand. He looked at Mo Xiaobao and said, "So, you and Mo Suiyin have reached an agreement?" Mo Xiaobao said somewhat helplessly, "My Suiyin doesn't believe me. Someone must represent Lord Father to make a trip." Mo Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and nodded. "I'll let Han Mingyue make a trip later." After speaking, he patted Mo Xiaobao's head and said, "You did very well. Lord Father is very pleased. But you were still a bit rash. Li, let's move his punishment to half a month later." Lord Father? Hearing this, Mo Xiaobao wailed. Didn't Lord Father plead for him? Why did he still have to be punished? Mo Xiaoyao looked at his son with a radiant smile and asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Then why don't we follow your mother's suggestion and ground him from tomorrow onwards?" Mo Xiaobao immediately wilted. He shook his head dejectedly and said, "No, thank you, Lord Father." Mo Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction and said, "This is Lord Father's good son. Be good. Go back and eat your meal and rest." Despicable. Mo Xiaobao looked at Mo Xiaoyao from a place where Yili couldn't see. Mo Xiaoyao smiled back. "You did something wrong and got caught by your mother. What does it have to do with I? You clearly said that you'd leave Mo Suiyun's matter to me. I didn't say you could come home in the middle of the night." Once again defeated by Lord Father, Mo Xiaobao silently ground his teeth and obediently asked to leave. "Mother, Lord Father, this child will leave." Yili nodded and sighed. She rubbed her son's hair and said, "Go back and rest early." Seeing Mo Xiaobao leave, Yili helplessly sighed. Mo Xiaobao was too smart and learned a lot. She didn't want to restrict him like this, but he was still too young. His personality couldn't help but have a bit of a child's impulsiveness and willfulness. It made people worry. Mo Xiaoyao hugged her and softly comforted, "Don't worry, Xiaobao will slowly grow up. When I was his age, I couldn't even compare to him." This could be considered the highest praise Mo Xiaoyao could give to his son as a father. It was a pity that Mo Xiaobao would never know. Yili leaned in his embrace and lightly nodded. Chapter 1072. Lishan Academy as usual. Mr. Qingyun sat leisurely in the bamboo forest behind the academy and drank tea. Now, that Lishan Academy was on the right track. Mr. Qingyun was old and no longer suitable to teach personally. Other than Mr. Qingyun giving lectures to all the students every once in a while, most of the time, he was very leisurely. Today, the bamboo forest was very lively. Mo Xiaoyao, Yili, Mo Xiaobao, Lin Xen and the Su family were all gathered here. Even though he was very quiet as he got older, seeing his children and grandchildren gathered around him, Mr. Qingyun's face still had a few more smiles. Tomorrow is Lin and Xin's first birthday banquet. Why did you come out of the city today? Mr. Qingyun drank the tea that Yili personally brewed as he asked. Yili smiled and said, "It's because tomorrow is the first birthday banquet of the two little ones that we came to bring grandfather back to the city." Mr. Qingyun smiled and looked at her and said, "Am I so old that I can't go back to the city myself?" Mo Wuyo leaned against Yi Li and laughed softly, saying, "Clearly, Wang Fei said that she hadn't come to greet Mr. Qingyun after coming back for so long, so she came personally. Who knew that everyone would come along?" Yinge was also brought along by Su Qingchen. She smiled at everyone and said, "It's very fun outside the city. Everyone likes it." Yili looked guiltily at Mr. Qingyun. After coming back for more than a month, she didn't have time to come out of the city to greet grandfather. Even her fourth brother and Qingyin, who just came back from outside, came. She really was too unfilial. Mr. Qingyun looked lovingly at Yili and said with a smile, "You all have important matters to attend to. Grandfather has always been here. Isn't it the same when I come? Why take such a small matter to heart?" Yili smiled faintly and said, "Lear is unfilial. I made grandfather worry and let those people disturb grandfather." Mr. Qingyun shook his head and indicated that Yili didn't need to mind. She looked at Yili, then at Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting next to her, and then at the children in front of her. She nodded in satisfaction. When he married Yi Li to Mo Xiaoyao, Mr. Qin Yun was actually not very satisfied. However, he had no choice but to do so. Mr. Qin Yun had always felt guilty for not taking care of his daughter's only child. Fortunately, Li and that daughter of his who passed away early didn't believe in it. After so many years, the two of them became a celestial couple that everyone envied. Mr. Qin Yun could tell that Mo Xiaoyao valued his granddaughter more than anything else. Mr. Qin Yun was very satisfied that Yi Li could be so happy. He didn't care about these trivial matters. I heard that many things have happened recently. The Queen of Nanzhao hasn't been found yet? Mr. Qin Yun asked. Su Qingchan frowned slightly and said, Grandfather, don't worry. Princess Anxi and the prince should be fine. In these 2 days, there should be a result. After all, they were in the Prince Ding Mansion's territory. If they were really played by Mo Jingli, the Prince Ding Mansion wouldn't be able to survive. The Prince Ding Mansion's shadow guard had already found some traces of Mo Jingli's whereabouts. However, in consideration of Princess Anxi's safety, they couldn't force him too much. But no matter what, they definitely couldn't let Mo Jingli and his remaining accomplices escape Glass City again. Mr. Qin Yun didn't like to care about these things. Hearing Su Qingchan's words, he relaxed and only said, as the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. The characters of the Chu State's imperial family. The old man shook his head and sighed. In short, you all have to be careful. Otherwise, Mo Jingli will fight to the death. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, I will remember Mr. Qin Yun's teachings. Yi Li held Mr. Qin Yun's arm and said with a smile, Grandfather, actually, we came here today to ask you about something else. Mr. Qin Yun raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, You all did very well. What else is there for an old man like me to worry about? Yi Li smiled and looked at Su Qingfeng, Su Qingbai, and the others sitting on one side. Then she looked at the two madams Su on the other side and said with a smile, I discussed with eldest aunt and second aunt that after Lin and Exon first birthday banquet, we will hold third brother and fourth brother's wedding. That's why I asked grandfather to go back and preside over the situation. Su Qingfeng and the others didn't expect Yi Li to suddenly say this. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai were fine, but Mo Wuyo and Hua Tianxiang immediately blushed. Mr. Qin Yun looked at the two girls with a gentle expression and nodded with a smile. That's good. I remember, the 26th of this month is a good day. But it's too rushed. Will we be able to make it in time? There's still time. Our family has already prepared for a bad time. The two madams, Su repeatedly agreed. After waiting for their son to get married for so many years, it was finally here. Not to mention that there was still some time. Even if it was tomorrow, they had to prepare it for him. Mr. Qin Yun nodded and said with a smile, That's good. Then let's set it for today. Qingfeng, Qingbai, you're not young anymore. After you get married, you'll be adults. You have to represent Tianxiang and Wuyo well. Yes, grandfather. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai replied in unison. The children of the Su family generally got married late. Su Qingchen was still single after the new year. Therefore, before they got married, they were already able to take care of themselves. Mr. Qin Yun was very confident in his grandson. He said this out of concern for the younger generation. After giving instructions to Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai, Mr. Qin Yun's gaze swept past Su Qingchen and Yun Ge. He shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything. Because of Yi Li's mention of marriage, everyone suddenly became excited. Other than Hua, Tianxiang, and Mo Wuyo, who were going to be newlyweds, everyone was excitedly discussing how to hold the wedding. Even Su Hongyu and Su Hongyan, who were always calm and collected, had smiles on their faces. Princess. Qingfeng quickly walked over and reported in a deep voice. Mo Xiaoyao asked, What's the matter? Qingfeng said, There's news of Nanzhao's Princess Anxi. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao looked at each other and stood up. Mo Xiaoyao said, Let's talk about it when we get back. Yi Li nodded apologetically at everyone and said, We'll be leaving first. Su Qingfeng said with a smile, Li don't worry. third brother will guarantee that grandfather and father will be safely sent back to Li City. Su Qingfeng was the commander of Qilin. With him here, Mo Jingli wouldn't attack Mr. Qingyun even if he didn't have eyes. Yili nodded and patted Mo Xiaoyao's head to indicate that he should be obedient. Then, she followed Mo Xiaoyao out of the bamboo forest. Looking at the two leaving hand in hand, Mr. Qingyun smiled faintly and said, "You came so early in the morning because you were worried that Mo Jingli would attack Lishan Academy?" Su Qingfeng rubbed his head and said with a smile, "It's better to be safe than sorry. Who can guarantee that Mo Jingli, that madman, won't attack this place?" Mr. Qingyun glanced at everyone and said, "Then why did so many of you come here? Aren't you going to be wiped out?" Chapter 1073. Hearing this, those who came to join in the fun, such as Su Qingyin, quickly shrunk their heads and left after saying that they were going to take a stroll. Not long after, only Master Qingyun, Su Hongyu, Su Hongyin, Su Qingshun, Su Qingze, and Su Qingbai were left in the bustling bamboo forest. "Is there anything else?" Master Qingyun looked at his grandson and asked calmly. Su Hongyu hesitated and said, "There is something I need to ask, Father." Master Qingyun raised his snow-white eyebrows. "Is it related to Qingfeng and Qingbai's marriage?" If it wasn't because of this, Li wouldn't have suddenly mentioned Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai's marriage. Although it was time for the two to get married, there was no need to rush it. Su Hongyu nodded and said, "That's right. These days, many aristocratic families have come to our door and expressed their intention to have a marriage alliance with the Su family." Master Qingyun frowned slightly, and a rare trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. "Don't they know that Qingbai and Qingfeng are already engaged?" Su Hongyu smiled bitterly and helplessly. The rules and etiquette in this world were just for the common people who didn't know the truth to see. Which aristocratic family, with a long history, didn't have a bit of shameful things? Even a family like the Su family had a history of betraying its master and killing the emperor. Therefore, as long as they could achieve their goals and obtain the benefits they wanted, why would these people care if the young masters of the Su family were engaged? Moreover, although Hua Tianxiang and Mo Weio's status was noble, in the eyes of these people, there was only one word that could describe it: the decline of their family. Most importantly, even if Su Qingbai and Su Qingfeng were married, the most important young master of the Su family, Su Qingshun, was still single. "What did Li say?" Master Qingyun asked calmly. Su Hongyu smiled faintly. "Li said that the matters of the imperial court don't need to involve marriage. She also doesn't need her brothers and friends to sacrifice their happiness for her. That's why she told Father that she wants Qingbai and Qingbai to get married as soon as possible. It can also be considered as cutting off these people's thoughts. Li's personality and thoughts are really. The people in this world had long been accustomed to linking the imperial court and marriage together. That was why there was the term marriage alliance. However, Yili seemed to dislike mixing these two things together. It wasn't just because she was a member of the Su family and her friend. Mr. Qingyun nodded approvingly and said, "Although your way of thinking is different from ordinary people, you dare to think, dare to do, and have the courage to bear the consequences. In this aspect, all of you are inferior to Li." Su Qingshun smiled and said, "A girl like Li, one in a million, doesn't appear in this world. But fortunately, there's only one." Su Hongyu glanced at his son and said, "Don't stay out of this. After all, this matter isn't directed at your third brother and fourth brother. Young Master Qingshun, right, Chief Minister of the Prince-Ding Mansion, what do you plan to do?" There were many people in the Prince-Ding Mansion over the age of 30 who were still unmarried, such as Han Mingyue, Han Mingxi, and even Feng Jiao. However, there were very few people in high positions like young Master Qingshun who didn't have the slightest interest in women. In the past, all kinds of things happened in the Prince-Ding Mansion, so no one cared. Now that the world was peaceful and Su Qingshun was the right chief minister of the Prince-Ding Mansion, he naturally had many people watching him. If Su Qingshun didn't take it seriously, He would say all kinds of unpleasant things in the future. Mr. Hongyu had always been good at preparing for a rainy day, so he naturally had to give his son a warning. Su Qingchan smiled faintly and didn't seem to be anxious at all. Su Qingbai raised his eyebrows and smiled gently. Didn't Big Brother and Miss Shan? Su Qingbai was in West Hill all year round. It could be said that he was the least familiar with Yungu in the Su family, so he called her Miss Shan. Su Qingchan glanced at him faintly and said, "Fourth brother, you think too much." Su Qingbai blinked, and a strange smile flashed across his eyes. He didn't say anything, but Su Hongyu and Su Hongyan, who were reminded by him, looked at each other. In the end, Su Hongyan said, "Qingbai is right. Qingchen, what do you think of Yungu? Your mother, second aunt, and your father all like this girl very much. If that's what you mean, second uncle, you think too much." Su Qingchen was still elegant, and the width of his smile didn't change at all. Su Qingbai looked at his big brother for a moment and said with a smile, "I heard that Miss Yungu is quite afraid of Big Brother." Young Master Qing Chun has always been known for his amiability. Why would anyone be afraid of him? "Big Brother, what did you do to the girl?" Su Qingbai. Su Qingchun called faintly, but his eyes were full of warning when he looked at Su Qingbai. Su Qingbai shrugged with a smile and raised his hand to show that it was over. Although his big brother's appearance was always extraordinary like an immortal, he was merciless when it came to messing with people. For the time being, he didn't have the ability to compete with his big brother. Su Qingbai always knew what it meant to know one's own limitations. "That girl called Yungu is not bad." Mr. Qingyun smiled and leisurely concluded. He looked at his most important eldest grandson and said, "Now that your second brother already has her, your third brother and fourth brother are about to get married. Our Su family isn't in a hurry to have an heir. Your father and I have never pressured you about your marriage, but you should think about it carefully. It can't be that you really plan to cultivate and become an immortal in the future, right? Grandfather, you're too serious." Qing Chun understands. In front of Mr. Qing Yun, Su Qing Chun had always been very obedient. "It's good that you understand. You don't have to rush him too much." Mr. Qing Yun nodded with satisfaction and said to his two sons, "However, since this matter is directed at you, you have to deal with it yourself. If you really like the daughter of a famous family, it's okay to marry her. But your sister is right. The Princeton mansion doesn't need a marriage alliance, and the Su family doesn't need one. Do you understand?" Qingchen will remember grandfather's teachings. Su Qingchen replied in a deep voice. Su Qingchen and Su Qingbai walked out of the bamboo forest side by side and saw Qingzhong with Hua Tianxiang and a few children playing in a meadow full of flowers outside the bamboo forest. Su Qingbai's gaze turned from Mo Wuyo to Yungu, who was holding a bunch of flowers and smiling especially brightly. He said with a faint smile, "In all these years, I've never seen a girl who can smile so happily. We have experienced too much, understood too much, and knew too much. Even if we are happy, it's hard to express it without restraint. Big brother, don't you think so?" Following his gaze, Su Qingchen's expression softened slightly. On the green grassland, there were light purple, light yellow, light blue, and pink flowers decorating this piece of tender green heaven and earth. A beautiful yellow-clothed girl was holding a bouquet of colorful flowers, smiling happily. The faint sunlight sprinkled on her body. Her entire person seemed to have a faint layer of gentle light, making people feel warm from the heart. Chapter 1074. Su Qingbai was right. He had never seen a girl who could smile so happily. Even if she didn't do anything, just seeing her smile could make people feel that all their tiredness and unhappiness were swept away. Perhaps this was because her life was too simple and happy. Since young, she had never experienced any schemes and those dark things. She was very smart. She could clearly distinguish who was good to her and who was bad to her. Those who were good to her, she would repay them double. Those who were bad to her, she would simply throw them to the back of her mind and not pay them any attention. This was another kind of gratification and vengeance. Big brother, If there are flowers to pluck, then pluck them. Don't wait until there are no flowers to pluck. Su Qingbai smiled and left this sentence, then walked towards a group of people playing on the grass. Eldest uncle, fourth uncle, Mo Xiaobao, who was originally entangled with Su Zhuai, immediately rushed over when he saw the two people. Su Qingbai caught Mo Xiaobao and frowned, saying, Mo Xiaobao, you've gotten fat. Mo Xiaobao's delicate little face suddenly stiffened. After a while, he pitifully raised his little paw. Fourth uncle, I will soon be as thin as firewood and bones. Why? I was punished by mother, grounded for 3 months. Mo Xiaobao faintly said. Su Qingbai sympathetically patted his little head. Eat more these few days. Mo Xiaobao dejectedly drooped his head. Big brother, fourth brother. Qin Zheng pulled Su Zhuai and greeted the two with a smile. Su Qingshun walked forward and nodded, saying, Grandfather is almost done with the preparations. Everyone should also prepare to return to the city. Qin Zheng also knew that tomorrow was the Prince Ding Mansion's birthday banquet, and there were still many things to do. She quickly nodded, saying, Yes, let's go see if there's anything else to pack. Qin Zheng left with the girls and children. Yungu naturally followed beside Mo Wuyo. She secretly glanced at Su Qingshun and sighed in her heart. Yungu, you come with me. Su Qingshun's faint voice came from behind. The smile on Yun Ji's face suddenly froze. She turned around and stared blankly at Su Qingshun. Su Qingshun strolled in front of her and asked, Have you finished the homework I told you to do? I'm done. Miss Yungu was at a loss. If they were not in Lishan Academy, she would have rushed to the study to get her homework for Su Qingshun to check. Su Qingshun frowned slightly and nodded. Let's go. Yungu nodded repeatedly and followed closely behind Su Qingshun. However, no matter how one looked at her back, it was bleak and desolate. Looking at their departing figures from afar, Su Qingbai couldn't help but chuckle. Fourth brother, what are you laughing at? Su Qingfeng suddenly appeared behind him and asked curiously. Su Qingbai shook his head and turned around with a smile. Big brother, are you thinking of taking a disciple? Accept a disciple? What kind of disciple does Big Brother have? Su Qingfeng was at a loss. What could Su Qingqun teach as a disciple? How could he produce an immortal young master? Su Qingbai stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, But why do I feel that Big Brother treats Yunj like a student and a teacher? Furthermore, there are students and teachers who are very afraid of teachers. Su Qingfeng glanced at the two figures who had already walked far away. He lowered his head and couldn't help but feel amused. Needless to say, they really did look alike. After a long while, the two brothers looked at each other, and a very strange thought appeared in their minds. The genius, immortal young master. Could it be that he really doesn't eat the food of the common populace, and doesn't know how to pursue the girl he likes? No one would believe that young Master Qingshun really treated Yungu as his own disciple. Miss Yungu was very smart and cute, but she had no interest in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and especially in politics. Moreover, she wasn't smart enough to make young Master Qingshun look at her differently. Thinking of this, the two of them shivered. In this world, no one is perfect. Su Qingbai sighed. What sin did Miss Shin commit in her previous life to make Big Brother take a fancy to her? Su Qingfeng shook his head and said regretfully. Young Master Qingshun looked gentle and refined, but when he lectured someone, he only needed a faint look to make you feel so ashamed that you wished you had never been born. No wonder Miss Yungu looked at Su Qingshun like a mouse seeing a cat. The two brothers looked at each other and sent their most sincere blessings and prayers to Miss Yungu in their hearts. In a secluded little village outside Glass City, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili stood outside a simple house. Mo Xiaoyao's face was gloomy. Yili pulled his hand and shook it gently. Mo Xiaoyao looked down at Yili and his face softened a little. Qin Feng stood not far from the two of them and said in a low voice, Princess, they have left. Mo Xiaoyao looked at the simple house in front of him and said thoughtfully, During this period, Mo Jingli has been living here? No one discovered him? Qin Feng nodded and said, this subordinate had people secretly ask around. The person living here during this period is a middle-aged man with a big beard. The time is the same as when Mo Jingli sneaked into the northwest, but he doesn't look like Mo Jingli at all. Big beard. Mo Xiaoyao's face flashed with a strange look. He changed his appearance. Qin Feng nodded and said, yes, he changed his appearance. He found some disguises in a room, but there was no trace of Princess Anxi or the little prince. The people nearby also said that they didn't see a woman or a baby. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, Mo Jingli has become smarter now. Naturally, he wouldn't put Princess Anxi and the child together with himself. But if he really is living here, then Princess Anxi can't be too far away. Yili nodded in agreement with Mo Xiaoyao's opinion. She ordered, with this place as the center, see if there's any place within a radius of 10 li that can hide someone. Qin Feng acknowledged and left. Mo Xiaoyao turned and pulled Yi Li, saying, let's go in and take a look. The two entered the room. Because the Princeton mansion had just been searched by the Shadow Guard, the room was a bit messy. But even in its original state, the room wasn't much better. There was a simple and crude table with 4 long stools, a bed made of wooden planks, and a shabby old cabinet. There were also some shabby clothes on the bed. Other than that, there was nothing useful. Yili sighed softly and said he's changed a lot. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to live in a place like this for so long. One could say that Mo Jingli was cruel and merciless, or that he was reckless and impulsive. In fact, Mo Jingli had never suffered much, so he always gave people a feeling that he was above everyone else. Living in such a shabby place for so long wasn't something that the old Mo Jingli would have been able to do. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, people change. If he wants to live, he naturally has to endure some things that he couldn't do in the past. Now it seems the effect is quite good. For Mo Jingli to reach such a state of complete defeat, it's obvious that he hasn't suffered enough. Only through suffering could one rise above others. This sentence was not just for show. If Mo Jingli's current situation was compared to 10 years ago, perhaps Mo Jingli's future would have been bright. Mo Xiaoyao rejoiced in Mo Jingli's misfortune, not realizing that he was the one who caused all of Mo Jingli's suffering. Chapter 1075. What is this? Yili lowered her head and picked up a delicate box from the foot of the bed. She frowned. She opened it. It was a box of light red rouge with the scent of osmanthus flowers. Yili frowned in confusion. Why is this here? Could it be Princess Anxi was kidnapped and brought here? Yili quickly realized that something was wrong. She shook her head. No, even if Princess Anxi is special, Mo Jingli wouldn't provide her with rouge. But from the looks of the rouge, it didn't look like it was left behind by the previous owner of this house. The value of this rouge was enough to cover the expenses of a family in this village for half a year. It's not bad, Qin Feng. Mo Xiaoyao took it and looked at it. A strange smile appeared on his face. He handed it to Qin Feng, who was waiting at the door. Qin Feng sniffed it and said in a low voice, "This is the rouge that the Fragrance Pavilion in Glass City started selling last month. It's called Guanghan Fragrance. You know a lot about it." Mo Xiaoyao looked at him with a faint smile. Qin Feng lowered his head in embarrassment. Yili smiled faintly. She remembered that Yaoji also liked the scent of osmanthus flowers. She shook her head. "I remember that the rouge from the Fragrance Pavilion is very expensive. Not many people can afford it. Go find out when it was bought." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. He turned and left to give orders. Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yili and said with a smile, "Let's go back. We won't find anything here. Tomorrow is the most important day." Yili nodded, all right. No matter what Mo Jingli wanted to do, he wouldn't miss tomorrow. They really should make more preparations. In a dark and secluded cave, Princess Anxi was holding a baby. She looked at the baby lovingly. The baby had just had some breast milk and had fallen asleep. Fortunately, the child was quite well behaved. In the past few days when they were locked up, Mo Jingli came to visit a few times. Coincidentally, the child was asleep and did not anger the person who had obviously gone crazy. She lowered her head and counted the days. Tomorrow was the first birthday banquet of the little heir and princess of the Prince Ding mansion. Princess Anshi knew that whatever Mo Jingli wanted to do, he would do it in the next 2 days. She sighed softly and looked at the baby in her arms. Baby, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, Mother will protect you. A tall figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Mo Jingli walked in, his entire body brimming with anger. He glared at Princess Anshi furiously. You're so carefree. Princess Anshi looked up at him and said indifferently, What else can I do when I'm locked up here? You've never been here at this time. What's the matter? Mo Jingli sneered and said, The people of the Prince Ding mansion found my hiding place. But you don't have to be happy. Even so, they can't find this place. Princess Anshi said, I'm not happy. She could not relax for a moment until the child was out of danger. Naturally, she could not be happy. Mo Jingli snorted with satisfaction and said fiercely, Get up and come with me. Princess Anshi was stunned and asked in confusion, Where are we going? What? Are you addicted to being here? Don't you want to see your husband? Mo Jingli sneered. Give me the child. Princess Anshi's expression changed. She hurriedly put the child behind her and said angrily, Don't even think about it. I'll say it again. Give me the child. Mo Jingli said in a low voice. Impossible. What do you want my child for? Princess Anshi said warily. Mo Jingli did not argue with her. He directly went to take the child. Princess Anshi wasn't a weak woman who couldn't even trust a chicken. Naturally, she wouldn't submit so easily. But she was holding the child in one hand. She had been locked up here for a few days and had not eaten much. Her physical strength was weak. After a few rounds, Mo Jingli subdued her and took the child from her. Sure. Princess Anshi cried anxiously. Mo Jingli, what do you want? Give the child back to me. Mo Jingli held the child and glanced at Princess Anshi indifferently. If he dares to act rashly again, I'll strangle him to death. Princess Anshi immediately froze. She did not dare to move her eyes and stared at Mo Jingli's hand on the child's neck. She was afraid that he would hurt the child if he used too much force. Seeing her like this, Mo Jingli nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Very good. Someone will disguise you later and take you into the city. You'd better behave and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, I'll make sure you see this little thing die miserably. Princess Anshi's expression changed and her face turned as pale as paper. Don't hurt Shaw. He's innocent. If you have any problems, come at me. Mo Jingli glanced at her and said with a smile, Don't worry. As long as you're obedient, I won't hurt the child. What cute child. My son. I've never seen him when he was this old. Princess Anshi composed herself and said in a low voice, You'd better keep your word. Mo Jingli smiled coldly. He turned and walked out with the child. Soon, he disappeared into the cave. Princess Anshi stared blankly at the entrance of the cave. After a while, she finally came back to her senses. Sure, don't be afraid. Mother will save you. Princess Anshi murmured softly. A determined light flashed in her eyes. 2 men in plain clothes rushed in from the entrance of the cave. They walked up to Princess Anshi and said in a low voice, Your Highness, His Majesty ordered us to disguise you. Princess Anshi glanced at them coldly and said in a low voice, Let's begin. Chapter 1076. On this day, Glass City was exceptionally lively. The last time it was so lively was a year ago at Master Qingyun's birthday banquet. But that time, most of the guests who came to the banquet came with ulterior motives. But this time, they were all in a different mood. There was a complicated feeling of awe and admiration, as well as the vague intention of showing goodwill. In the past year, whether it was the Prince Ding mansion or the entire world, there had been earth-shaking changes. Anyone with eyes could see that there was no one in the world who could compete with Prince Ding. At least, there wouldn't be anyone in the next 10 years. And everyone couldn't help but worry that when the Prince Ding mansion regained its strength, it would once again send its troops to conquer the world. And when that time came, who would be able to resist the Prince Ding Mansion's cavalry? If the allied forces of the three countries had not just been defeated, and if it wasn't for the fact that the difference in power and influence was too great, it would probably be another allied attack. But now, since they didn't have the strength to meet force with force, they could only show weakness. The banquet this time was held in the Prince Ding Mansion. Because it was only the children's first birthday banquet, the Prince Ding Mansion didn't invite too many guests. The guests were only the envoys of the various countries and the civil and military officials of the Prince Ding Mansion. The other famous people of the various countries were not invited, so naturally, there weren't many guests. But the people of Glass City were still lively, as if it was a festival. In the inner courtyard of the Prince Ding Mansion, the two babies woke up early in the morning and put on new exquisite clothes. Yili carried them and played with Hua Tianxiang and the others who had already arrived. The two madams, Su and Qin Zheng, were busy with the banquet, so the children could only be left in the care of a few unmarried girls. Mother, goddess, Xin, was wearing a pink dress embroidered with hibiscus. Around her neck was an exquisite jade longevity lock. Around her hands and feet were silver rings. Sitting in Mo Wu Yu's embrace, she was as exquisite and beautiful as the jade girl beside Goddess Guanyin in a painting. Wu Yu smiled as she caressed Xin's little face and said, "Little Exa mother is busy. I'll come and see you in a while." When she woke up early in the morning and did not see her mother, Xin was unhappy. Mother, mother. When Lin who was beside her, heard his sister call out mother, he also joined in the commotion. Moreover, Lin was clearly more mobile than his sister. He climbed up from the soft floor and wobbled his way out. Hua Tianxiang hurriedly carried him back. Lin, be a good boy. Mother will come to see you in a while. Good baby, play with sister first. Hearing the word sister, Lin immediately tilted his head to look at Xin. By the time Hua Tianxiang put them together, the siblings had completely forgotten about looking for their mother. Everyone couldn't help but smile as they watched the brother and sister sitting on the wide, soft couch and babbling words that adults couldn't understand. Xin, big brother is here to see you. Outside the door, Mo Xiaobao brought Su Zhuwei, Lung Junhan, and Qin Lai excitedly rushed in and stretched out his arms to hug Xin. Xin obviously liked Mo Xiaobao, her big brother, very much. She immediately stretched out her little hands to ask for a hug. Mo Xiaobao happily hugged his sister in his arms and looked at the other children as if showing off. However, he disdained his little brother in every possible way, thoroughly implementing the glorious tradition of the Prince Ding Mansion, where the girls were treasures and the boys were grass. Little Mo Yufeng, who was just 1 year old, also disliked his big brother. Seeing Mo Xiaobao carry away his sister who was with him every day, he immediately became angry. Xiaobao is bad. Big sister, big sister. Being called by his nickname by his little brother, Mo Xiaobao's handsome little face immediately darkened. Xin, who was in his arms, turned her head to look at her little brother, then looked at her big brother who was holding her. She was in a difficult position for a moment, but still reached out to her little brother who was on the soft couch. Little brother, little brother. Helpless Mo Xiaobao could only put his little sister back on the soft couch. Thus, the two little dolls hugged each other again. Mo Yufeng stared at Mo Xiaobao with his big watery eyes, as if the person in front of him was a big bad person who wanted to separate him and his little brother. Seeing Mo Xiaobao's face twisted in anger, everyone unkindly laughed out loud. Little heir, why did you come over? Mo Wuyo covered her mouth and asked with a smile. Mo Xiaobao had a good relationship with Mo Wuyo since he was young. Hearing her question, he smiled and said, "It's very busy outside. Mother disliked us for being a hindrance, so she let me come over to see my little brother and sister." Mo Wuyo nodded. Today was indeed very busy. Moreover, the princess of Nanzhao had gone missing and had not been found yet. The Prince Ding Mansion was full of people coming and going, so it was not safe. In comparison, the inner courtyard that was heavily guarded and no outsiders were allowed to enter was much safer. Mo Wuyo smiled and said, "That's very good. Little heir, come with me and Tian Xiang Yunge to take care of Lin and Exeter. Mo Xiaobao looked resentfully at his younger brother and sister, who were hugging each other lovingly on the couch. He really wasn't an evil mother-in-law who wanted to separate a pair of mandarin ducks, okay? No matter how lively the front courtyard of the Princeton mansion was, with people coming and going, the study in the inner courtyard was as quiet as usual. As the hosts, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili did not go out to receive guests. Instead, they leisurely sat in the study and read. With the Princeton mansion's current strength and status, there were very few guests that they could personally receive. Moreover, guests with truly high status would not arrive early. Mo Xiaoyao leisurely flipped through some unofficial history. He half reclined on the couch, his head resting on Yi Li's leg. His snow-white hair casually fell over Yi Li's knee, with a few strands falling to the ground. Reporting to Princess, the Queen of Nanzhao has entered the city. At the door, Zhuo Jing calmly reported. Mo Xiaoyao flipped through a page and calmly replied, "Understood. Send someone to keep an eye on her. Save the Queen of Nanzhao when the time is right. Tell them not to act rashly and do their best to ensure the Queen's safety." This subordinate obeys. Yili frowned slightly and said, "What about the little prince?" Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Yes, I haven't seen the little prince. However, we have already placed spies in all the places in Li City where people could be hidden. Therefore, this subordinate suspects that Mo Jingli may have hidden the little heir in a place that we would not suspect." Yili was silent. Of course she knew who Qin Feng was referring to. She lowered her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes were half closed as he leisurely said, "Do what you need to do. You must save the little prince of Nanzhao. Right now, Nanzhao is very important to us." What was important was not Princess Anxi and the little prince, but their identities. In the past few years, the Princeton mansion had no plans to send any more troops. But even so, Shi Ling and the Dechu state still needed someone to keep them in check. And in the south, the valiant Nanjiang was naturally the best choice. At least for the next few decades, Nanzhao would be the Princeton mansion's ally. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will take his leave. With Mo Xiaoyao's declaration, Qin Feng naturally had no more misgivings. He turned and left to handle matters. In the room, Yili calmly said, "Mo Jingli definitely has more than just Mo Jingyu under his control. Mo Jingyu had just arrived in Li City and had no foundation in Li City. Mo Jingli could enter and leave Li City without a trace. This was not something that Mo Jingyu could do. There must be someone who is extremely familiar with Li City's environment and various matters helping him in secret." Chapter 1077. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Of course, in this world, there are always people with ulterior motives who are waiting to betray you at any time. If not to catch these annoying bugs, why would I keep Mo Jingli here for so long? Will Mo Jingli be able to tell that you went easy on him? Yili asked worriedly. If that was the case, Princess Anxi and the child would be in danger. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. If Mo Jingli still wants to do something today, he will come whether he can tell or not. Besides, I'm guessing that he has been blinded by hatred for a long time. Even if I went easy on him, he won't be able to tell. You know him well, Yili said with a frown. Actually, in Yili's view, Mo Jingli's hatred for Mo Xiaoyao came out of nowhere. On the battlefield, victory and defeat were common. One had to bear the consequences of victory and defeat. It was unimaginable that Mo Jingli would hate Mo Xiaoyao so much that he would lose his mind. Besides, Mo Jingli had fallen to such a state. Shouldn't he be more worried about the Dechu state's Empress Dowager and the imperial family's betrayal and the West Hills' use of him? The Princeton mansion shouldn't be on the list. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yi Li what he had done to Mo Jingli. Chun Xiufu requests to see the prince's consort. A voice sounded from outside the door. Mo Xiaoyao sat up and said coldly, "Come in." The door of the study was pushed open. Chen Xiufu walked in and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the prince's consort. Yi Li smiled. Mr. Xioding, you don't have to be so courteous. You have just arrived in Glass City, and you're already so busy. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Xiufu cupped his hands and said with a smile, Wang Fei, you're exaggerating. It's my duty. I don't dare to complain. These few days, Chen Xiufu did not have an easy time. Chen Xiufu even regretted that he had been tricked by Su Qingbai to come back with him. Once he reached Glass City, Prince Ding immediately announced that he was appointed as the left prime minister. Immediately, the faces of the aristocratic families of the Chu state, who were originally polite to him, changed. It was also true that the power of the military generals in King Ding's residence was held in the hands of the Mo family's military generals who were loyal to King Ding. As for the two positions that represented the highest civil officials, one was occupied by the eldest young master of the Su family, while the other was taken advantage of by him, an outsider from Xiling. How could this not anger the people who had been secretly scheming against each other these days? However, after being disciplined by Prince Ding, these people naturally did not dare to talk about Prince Ding's nepotism. Therefore, all their dissatisfaction was directed at him as the left prime minister. A strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Although Chen Xiufu's abilities were not ordinary, he was still an outsider who had just arrived in Glass City. It was easy to imagine how difficult these few days were. Sometimes, Chen Xiufu could not help but suspect that Prince Ding had appointed him as the left prime minister to suppress these old aristocratic families of the Chu state. At the same time, it also prevented him, as the left prime minister, from colluding with these people. However, no matter why Prince Ding did this, Chen Xiufu knew that he would accept the position of left prime minister. It was not for power, nor was it because of Prince Ding's pressure. It was because only by standing higher could he realize his dreams and ambitions. What's the matter, left prime minister? He was different from Yi Li. Other than people who were close to him like Su Qingqian or old confidants of the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Xiaoyao had always called people by their names or titles. This made people feel the difference between close and distant. At first, it might make people feel uncomfortable, but it also made people more cautious. This meant that Prince did not treat you as a true confidant. People with ambition would naturally work harder to improve themselves, and those who wanted to dawdle would restrain themselves. More importantly, this also showed Prince Ding's high status and power. It made people want to submit to him involuntarily. Chen Xiufu nodded and said, reporting to Prince, Jinnam of Gojoseon of Xiling requests an audience. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, Lei Tingfen, why is he here now? As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Xiaoyao's heart moved and said, Murong Shun and Marquis Nan. Chen Xiufu smiled and said, Yes, congratulations, Prince. I just received news that General Murong and Marquis Nan have been unstoppable. They are now approaching the border city of Xiling. The Xiling army has also been completely withdrawn. Hearing this news, not only Mo Xiaoyao but also Yi Li's mood became better. She smiled and said, It is indeed good news. If it were other officials, they would inevitably say a few words of flattery at this time. They would say that such good news came from the birthday banquet of the Crown Prince and Princess. The Crown Prince and Princess had great fortune and so on. But Chen Xiufu would not. First, his character did not allow it. Second, Chen Xiufu was originally from Xiling. These flattering words would be too cold and heartless for him to say. Therefore, Chen Xiufu only silently waited for Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li's decision. Mo Xiaoyao stood up and said with a smile, Very well, please invite Jinnam of Gojoseon in. Speaking of which, Li, the Chu state sent a message and asked them to send someone to discuss the issue of the 300,000 troops. Although it was the Chu state's troops that drove away Xiling's troops, Mo Xiaoyao did not intend to give up the land north of Yunlan River to the Chu state. If it were not for Murong Shun and Marquis Nan, a mere 300,000 troops would be nothing more than food for Xiling. Since he had put in the effort, he naturally could not go without benefits. Although Dechu State had Mo Jingyu in Mo Xiuyao's eyes, Mo Jingyu was almost a dead man. Naturally, Dechu State needed to send someone else to negotiate. Yili nodded and said, I understand. Prince Ding, Princess Sir Xiuding. Lei Tingfeng stepped into the parlor outside the study and calmly nodded to the two. His expression was so calm that it was impossible to tell that he had just received the news of Shiling's defeat. Yili smiled and nodded. Jinim of Gojoseon, there is no need to be so polite. Please sit. Lei Tingfeng sat down and glanced at Chun Xiufu, who was sitting on the left with a complicated expression. This person was originally one of Shiling's top Confucian scholars. His ability, wisdom, and ideas were all top-notch. It was a pity that he had not achieved anything important in Xiling for decades. Who would have thought that in just a few years after the fall of Emperor Xiling City, he would be promoted to the position of Left Prime Minister of Princeton Mansion? Should it be said that Mo Xiuyao appointed people based on their merits, or were the others blind? Jinim of Gojoseon, what's the matter? Mo Xiuyao leaned back in his chair and asked leisurely. Lei Tengfeng smiled bitterly and helplessly in his heart. Compared to Mo Xiuyao, his aura was weaker. Furthermore, he was the one who had a request, so he had to lower himself even more by taking the initiative to visit. But thinking of the news that had just come back from the battlefield, Lei Tingfeng knew that he had to put down his pride. Now, there were only the 300,000 soldiers of the Chu State and Marquis Murongshun and Marquis Nan on the border of Xiling. But now that the war in the Central Plains had been settled, if Mo Xiuyao was willing, he could send the cavalry and generals of the Mahist army to the south to reinforce Murongshun and Marquis Nan. At that time, it would really be a disaster for Xiling. Saluting, Lei Tengfeng said in a low voice, To be honest, I came to disturb Prince and Princess Consort today because of the truce between our two armies. Prince and Princess Consort must have received the battle report from the front lines. The Xiling army has already retreated to the border between Xiling and the Chu State. Chapter 1078. Mo Xiuyao nodded, frowning as he said, A truce between the two armies is naturally a good thing. These past few years of continuous campaigns have caused the common people to suffer unspeakably. Jinim of Gojoseon has the intention to quell the war, and I am very happy. However, the ones fighting the Western Tomb are the troops of the Dechu State. I'm afraid that this matter will only be settled after a meeting with King Yu of the Dechu State. Lei Tingfeng raised his eyebrows, looking at Mo Xiuyao as he said seriously, Why is Prince Ding like this? You and I both understand. Although the ones fighting are the troops of Southern Shu, isn't it still up to Prince Ding to decide whether to fight or to make peace? Moreover, I'm afraid that King Yu won't have the chance to discuss this matter with you and me. Currently, the affairs of the Western Tomb State are busy, and I can't wait for the time when Southern Shu sends an envoy. I hope that His Highness Prince Ding will be magnanimous enough to forgive us. Mo Xiuyao sized up Lei Tingfeng with interest for a while, before smiling and saying, It looks like Jinim of Gojoseon is really well informed. Lei Tingfeng said with an indifferent smile. Prince Ding also knows of the relationship between the Emperor of Xiling and the infinite boundless mountain. Naturally, he has some special channels for information. Mo Xiuyao nodded absent-mindedly, saying, Since Jinim of Gojoseon has this sincerity, I naturally don't want to cause any more trouble. However, there are still some things that we need to make clear in advance. Lei Tengfeng frowned slightly. Our army will completely withdraw from the Dechu State. In addition, I's information on the Dechu State and Mo Jingli can also be given to Prince Ding. I wonder if His Highness Prince Ding has any other requests. Mo Xiuyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Well, of course it's compensation. The South is rich, and West Hill has benefited a lot from the Central Plains over the years. Has Jinim of Gojoseon never thought of compensating the people of the Central Plains? Lei Tingfeng looked at Mo Xiuyao's carefree little face in silence. Actually, Lei Jinting and Lei Tingfeng were wrong to say that the West Hill had treated the people of the Central Plains. After all, Shi Ling and the northern tribes were different. Although they belonged to two different countries, they were of the same origin. Moreover, Lei Jinting had always treated the place as his own territory. In terms of intelligence, Lei Jinting's ability was not something Mo Jingli or Mo Jingqi could compare to. Therefore, in general, the lives of these people were not bad. However, Lei Tingfeng was the one who had lost the war and was the one who had taken the initiative to invade. As the victim and the victor, he had no reason to refuse the compensation. Taking a deep breath, Lei Tingfeng lowered his eyes and said, West Hill can compensate the Prince Ding mansion with 30 million taels of silver. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. 80 million taels. Most of West Hill's silver mines are in the south. West Hill should be able to afford this, right? Lei Tingfeng's expression changed. He shook his head and said, at most 40 million taels. Mo Xiao naturally understood the logic of asking for a sky-high price and asking for a low price. He tilted his head and smiled at Yi Li, then raised his hand to Lei Tongfeng and said, 70 million taels. No, 45 million taels. Prince Ding, West Hill cannot afford a higher price. If you really can't, I can't do anything. What he meant was that Prince Ding's price was too high. If West Hill could not afford it, then they might as well fight to the death. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and Chen Xiufu with some regret. He smiled and said, well, let's round it up. 50 million taels. Lei Tingfeng's face was livid. He said in a low voice, okay, paid over 3 years. Mo Xiaoyao was not short of money. 3 years was not a long time, so he was not in a hurry. He nodded with satisfaction and said, no problem. Then I thank Jinim of Gojoseon for your understanding. I will immediately order Murong Shun and Marquis Nin to withdraw their troops. I hope West Hill will also abide by the agreement. Of course, Lei Tingfeng said in a low voice. Lei Tingfeng agreed readily. Mo Xiaoyao was also in a good mood. He nodded with satisfaction and said, great. In that case, let's leave the rest of the trivial matters to the subordinates. Let ministers will be in charge of this matter. Chen Xiufu was stunned. He quickly stood up and said, yes, sir. Chen Xiufu understood that this was trust in him and also a test for him. The matter of negotiating with West Hill was left to him, a West Hill citizen, to be in charge. Even if Prince Ding had expressed his trust in him to the officials of Glass City and entrusted him with important tasks. Lei Tingfeng was stunned. He looked at Chen Xiufu and nodded. In that case, I will have to trouble Minister Chen. Today, the Prince Ding mansion is busy. I will take my leave first. Chen Xiufu said indifferently. Jinim of Gojoseon is too serious. Mo Xiao nodded and said, then I will not accompany Jinim of Gojoseon. Minister Zhua, I will leave West Hill's matters to you. Yes, Jinim of Gojoseon, please. Lei Tingfeng and Chen Xiufu said their goodbyes and left the flower hall. Yi Li looked at the empty doorway and said indifferently, Lei Tongfeng, compared to Lei Jinting, he is still a little inexperienced. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, it is already not bad. He can't become the second Lei Jinting in the border city after Lei Jinting's death. Also, he can't become Lei Jinting. But to be able to endure is already not bad. Lei Jinting had fought his way out of the many princes of the late West Hill Emperor. Even though he did not sit on the throne, he took over the power after the late West Hill Emperor passed away. This ability was not something that Lei Tongfeng, who had been pampered and protected by Lei Jinting since he was young, could have. It was already very good that Lei Tingfeng could hold his ground at the crucial moment and endure when he needed to. In time, he should become a good lord of preservation. But to be as awe-inspiring as when Lei Jinting was still around, it would be a little difficult. Li, why do you care about how he is? You should think about how we're going to spend the 40 million compensation from West Hill. Mo Xiaoyao hugged Yi Li and laughed softly. 40 million was definitely not a small amount for the Prince Ding mansion or West Hill. Otherwise, Lei Tingfeng would not have insisted on paying it off in 3 years. With this money, The Prince Ding Mansion's losses from the war over the past few years would basically be covered. Not to mention the territory under the Prince Ding Mansion's control today, which was close to 4/5 of the former Chu State's territory and 1/3 of West Hill's territory. Now, the Prince Ding Mansion's area was larger than the existing West Hill and Chu States combined. Now that everything had been temporarily settled, all the benefits had been taken by the Prince Ding Mansion. Yili looked curiously at Imo Xiaoyao and asked, "How do you want to spend it?" The war compensation was naturally put into the Prince Ding Mansion's treasury. Obviously, Imo Xiaoyao had no room to spend it however he wanted. Yili and Imo Xiaoyao had always separated public from private matters. Even if the entire Prince Ding Mansion belonged to them, the two of them would never use the money in the public account for personal use. Fortunately, the two of them were not people who liked extravagance, so they never had to worry about money. Imo Xiaoyao played with Yi Li's hair. Thinking about Yi Li's words, he felt a bit helpless. "I want to build a beautiful palace for Miss Li." Seeing his dejected appearance, Yi Li couldn't help but smile. "A few days ago, you said that you would accompany me to go sightseeing in a few years. When your palace is built, who will live in it?" Imo Xiaoyao raised his head to look at her and said seriously, "I want to give Miss Li the most magnificent and exquisite palace, the most beautiful clothes and jewelry, and the most exquisite delicacies. As long as Li wants it, I will find it for Miss Li." Yi Li smiled at him and said with a faint smile, "I didn't know that I had the potential to be a beauty who could destroy a country. A waste of money and manpower. I just want our family to be safe and happy together. I just want to be able to do what I want to do. After so many years, seeing that we can live peacefully and happily, I feel like I've already gotten what I want." "Miss Li has never told me what she wants," Imo Xiaoyao said with a bit of regret and unwillingness. Miss Li did not have any extravagant desires for power, clothes, and jewelry. Even Imo Xiaoyao was not sure what she liked or hated. This was something that Prince Ding was always worried about. "Because what I want, you've already given me," Yi Li said with a faint smile. "Given you?" Imo Xiaoyao was a bit confused. Yi Li leaned into his embrace and said softly, "A lifetime, a generation, a pair. Only this is what I want." Imo Xiaoyao stilled. He raised a hand to tightly wrap around her slender waist and said in a low voice, "A lifetime, a generation, a pair." Imo Xiaoyao, in this life, only has Miss Li. There was no oath or pledge of eternal love. Imo Xiaoyao just said it lightly. It was like a simple statement, but it was more comforting than any oath. Yi Li nodded slightly. "I know. I also feel the same." Chun Xiufu accompanied Lei Tengfeng out of the study. The two walked side by side. Lei Tengfeng looked at Chun Xiufu beside him and couldn't help but smile. It seems that Mr. Xiuding is greatly valued by Prince Ding and Wang Fei in the Prince Ding Mansion. Chun Xiufu said seriously. Chun Xiuding is very grateful for Prince and Wang Fei's kindness. Lei Tengfeng thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "If I am willing to make you the Prime Minister of West Hill, would you be willing to deign to return to West Hill and assist I?" Chun Xiufu looked at him calmly for a moment and shook his head gently. "A loyal minister will not serve two masters." Chun Xiuding does not dare to claim to be loyal, but I'm also not a two-faced and indecisive person. Chun Xiuding does not dare to accept Genom of Gojoseon's kindness. Lei Tengfeng was originally just testing him. Naturally, he didn't expect Chun Xiufu to change sides and return to West Hill so easily. But Lei Tengfeng felt a little uncomfortable after being rejected so cleanly by Chun Xiufu. He stopped and looked at Chun Xiufu, asking, "Does Mr. Xiuding have any advice on the current situation of West Hill?" "This you should be able to say." Chun Xiufu hesitated for a moment and finally said, "A ruler is not a ruler, a minister is not a minister, or a minister is not a minister, or a minister is strong and a master is weak. This is not the way to go in the long run. Genom of Gojoseon should make plans early." Lei Tengfeng was stunned and wanted to ask again, but Chun Xiufu didn't intend to say anything more. He turned sideways and raised his hand to Lei Tengfeng. "Genom of Gojoseon, please. Lei Tengfeng could only suppress the questions in his heart and nodded. Prime Minister Chun, please. Chapter 1079. Chen Xiufu and Lei Tengfeng walked out of the gate, and two people appeared at the corner of the corridor. One of the two men was dressed in snow-white clothes, while the other was dressed in fiery red clothes. Feng Xiao looked at the place where the two men stood and frowned. Prince gave Mr. Xioding the matter of West Hill to handle. Will there be any problem? It was not that he did not believe in Chen Xiufu's loyalty to the Prince-Ding mansion, but Chen Xiufu was originally from West Hill. It was more troublesome to give this matter to him than to an ordinary subordinate of the Prince-Ding mansion. Chen Xiufu might be put in an awkward position. Su Qingchun shook his head slightly and said indifferently, "With Mr. Xioding's ability, it is not difficult to handle this matter. His character is absolutely trustworthy. Therefore, Prince Ding handed this matter to him to handle. As long as he can handle this matter well, he will be able to sit firmly in the position of left prime minister." No one could say anything. Feng Xiao nodded. Anyway, he was far inferior to Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingchen when it came to guessing people's minds. Since these two people felt that there was no problem, naturally there was no problem. The week of catching is about to begin, but these two parents are missing. Let's go and remind them. Otherwise, the guests will wait for a long time. Su Qingchen smiled faintly and said, "They are in the study. I will go to the inner yard to bring Lin and X out. I will have to trouble you to inform them." Feng Xiao watched Mr. Qingchen leave and shrugged. He turned and walked in the direction of the study. The Prince Ding Mansion's week of catching was set at noon after lunch. After the guests came to the mansion to watch the two little princes and the little princess's week of catching, they could directly participate in the evening banquet after a short rest. In fact, for one-year-old children, the so-called evening banquet was not important. Those who participated were all adults. For them, the most important thing was catching. In the inner courtyard, Hua Tianxiang and the others were circling around the two babies. Because they were worried that the babies would be sleepy, they had coaxed them to sleep in the morning. When Su Qingchen arrived, the two babies had just woken up and were full of energy. Especially the more lively Lin. He was crawling here and there. He even wanted to climb up and down. The girls and the child's wet nurse could only keep an eye on him, afraid that he would accidentally bump into something. Xn on the other hand, was quite quiet. She just sat on the soft couch obediently and watched her brother walk around on the floor. She clapped her little hands and cheered as she crawled around. Hearing his sister's voice, Lin became even more excited and began to toss and turn even more violently. "Yaya, ninth uncle." On the soft couch, Xn pointed at the door and called out happily. Everyone looked at the door and saw Su Qingchen standing at the door looking at Xn with a smile. Mo Wu pinched Xn's little face and smiled. "Little girl, when the time comes, you'll be smart enough to call me uncle and recognize people." Su Qingchen came in and bent down to carry Xn. He smiled and said, "Xn, are you calling uncle?" "Hee. For a long time. Uncle." Xin obviously liked this uncle of hers very much. She sat in Su Qingchen's arms and giggled nonstop. Lin looked at his sister and then at Su Qingchen, who was standing in front of him. He walked over shakily and tugged at Su Qingchen's clothes. "Hug, sister." Su Qingchen looked at Xn in his arms and then at Lin, who was tugging at his clothes. His face stiffened. Everyone looked at the elegant young Master Qingchen carrying a child in one hand and another child tugging at his clothes at his feet. They suddenly felt that this scene was funny no matter how they looked at it. Young Master Qingchen and the matter of carrying a child seemed to be completely unrelated. Mo Wu leaned on Huang Tianxiang's shoulder and covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Su Qingchen looked at the two babies in front of him helplessly. Although young Master Qingchen was famous, Su Qingchen's children were not very popular. For example, Su Zhuwei from the Su family and Lung Junhan, who was like a little demon, did not like to get close to Su Qingchen. However, it was clear that the children of the Prince Ding mansion would like this uncle very much. Su Qingshun could only put Exner down helplessly. He squatted down and hugged the two babies in his arms. The excited babies smiled and comforted him. "Big brother, why are you here too?" At the door, Yili looked at everyone with a smile. Behind him, Imo Xiaoyao glanced at the two children who were playing happily in Su Qingshun's arms. He walked forward and reached out to Exiner. Exin blinked her bright eyes and smiled innocently at Imo Xiaoyao. "Daddy hug, Nyang Nyang." Imo Xiaoyao carried his daughter in his arms proudly. Lin leaned in Su Qingshun's arms and blinked at Imo Xiaoyao. He pouted and turned around to face Imo Xiaoyao with his butt. Children, especially children who had been together all the time, would always want to do whatever one of them did. Might not really like Imo Xiaoyao hugging him, but seeing that Imo Xiaoyao only hugged his sister and ignored him, he still felt unhappy. Imo Xiaoyao bent down and picked Lin up from Su Qingshun's arms. He smiled and said, "Little brat, you know how to be jealous of your sister at such a young age?" Leonard didn't feel uncomfortable being picked up by his clothes. Instead, he shook his little body and giggled. Imo Xiaoyao had always been gentle and loving when he carried his daughters, but he wasn't so polite when he carried a boy. Even Imo Xiaobao was carried around when he was young. Yili stepped forward and took Lin from his arms. She glanced at him reproachfully before looking at Su Qingshun with a smile. "Big brother, are you free now? I didn't expect you to come here." Su Qingshun glanced at Imo Xiaoyao unhappily and said, "How could I be free? Father, second uncle, and Chief Steward Imo are watching outside. I came in to rest for a while. Also, the auspicious hour is about to arrive. I came to see if Lin, and Exner are ready." Imo Xiaoyao didn't mind. What do they need to prepare? It wasn't just a matter of putting things on the table and letting them grab whatever they wanted. Su Qingshun smiled, but didn't say anything. She walked to the side and sat down. She looked around the room and asked, "Aren't Xiaobao and the others here?" Hua Tianxiang said, "They just said it was boring in the inner courtyard and wanted to go out and watch the fun." Su Qingshun frowned and nodded. "Tell them to be careful. There are a lot of people today." Imo Xiaoyao smiled. "I sent people to follow them. Nothing will happen." Not long after, the auspicious hour arrived. The ceremony was set to be held in the main hall of the Prince Ding Mansion's front yard. When Imo Xiaoyao and Yili arrived with the two babies, the main hall was already filled with guests. Lei Tengfeng, Imo Jingyu, Yelu Hong, and the other envoys were all present. Even Pu Wei, who had just been injured and was worried about the safety of Princess Anxi and the little prince, was present. There were also the civil and military officials of the Prince Ding Mansion. As long as they were in Glass City, they were all high-ranking officials. Naturally, the one sitting at the head of the table was the white-haired Sir Qingyan. Seeing Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao arrive together, everyone hurriedly stood up to greet them. Chapter 1080. Grandfather. Yili walked in front of Master Qingyun and lightly smiled. Master Qingyun smiled as he took Lin from her hands and smiled. "I haven't seen you for a month. These two children have grown up a bit." Yili nodded and smiled. "Children grow up quickly. It won't be long before they can run around. Lin call me Taigong." Although Lin was still young, he was very clever. In the past year, he had seen Master Qingyun quite a bit, so he naturally had an impression of this white-bearded old man. He happily grabbed Master Qingyun's white beard and called out, "Taigong." Master Qingyun's wrinkled face also revealed a kind smile. "Good child, Lin is obedient, Taigong." Xian, who was in Imo Xiaoyao's embrace, was not to be outdone. The smile on Master Qingyun's face deepened. Whether it was the Su family or the Prince Ding Mansion, girls were very rare. Naturally, they were loved even more. Master Qingyun repeatedly nodded and said, "Good child, Lin and Exner are both very good." Master Qingyun took out a pair of jade pendants and gave one to Lin and Exner. Yili lowered her head to look. It was a pair of Qi Lin and Phoenix jade pendants. The jade was the highest quality mutton fat white jade. It was completely white and lustrous without any impurities. The carving was very exquisite, and Yili felt that it was very familiar. Yili remembered that she also had a jade pendant like this. However, it was made of green jade and carved with magnolia flowers. It was given to her by her grandfather when she was born. It was said that her grandfather personally carved it. Everyone only knew that Master Qingyun was extremely talented, but they didn't know that Master Qingyun was also proficient in many other skills. Even the art of carving that normal scholars would not be interested in could be called a master. These two jade pendants were clearly carved by Master Qingyun himself. Master Qingyun was now over 80 years old. It was not easy for him to carve these two exquisite jade pendants. Yili's eyes were slightly red. She looked at Master Qingyun and said in a low voice, "Grandfather, Lin and X are still young. You don't have to." Master Qingyun shook his head. As he played with Lin in his arms, he said, "It's not good for children to carry ancient jade around. This jade is not bad. It's perfect to make a jade pendant for the two children. What's wrong with that?" Xin was still in Mo Xiaoyao's hands. She held the jade pendant in one hand and waved at Master Qingyun excitedly. "Grandpa, great-grandpa." Xin hugged. As she spoke, she kicked her legs and wanted to walk towards Master Qingyun. Mo Xiaoyao had no choice but to place her on Mr. Qingyun's couch. Fortunately, the couch was very wide. Because Master Qingyun was old, he had specially laid out a thick cushion, so he didn't have to worry about her bumping into anything. Seeing his great-granddaughter being so close to him, even Mr. Qingyun couldn't help but smile. The people sitting below looked at this family and couldn't help but feel emotional. Whether it was Yili, Mo Xiaoyao, or the Su family, they were all very eye-catching people. Now that so many people were standing around Master Qingyun and laughing, it made people feel that the heavens really were biased. Looking at the two little children sitting next to Master Qingyun, everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of jealousy and envy. Yili, who was standing beside Mr. Qingyun, was stunned when she looked down. She saw that in an inconspicuous corner not far from the palace, Yi Wenhua was standing there alone. His expression was a bit complicated as he looked at her. Or it could be said that he was looking at Lin, who was holding her hand and babbling nonstop. Ever since Yi Wenhua came to Glass City, he rarely went out. He rarely even saw outsiders, so there weren't many people who could recognize him. Seeing that Yili was stunned, Mo Xiaoyao also looked over. Naturally, he also saw Yi Wenhua. Gently hugging Yili, Mo Xiaoyao said softly, "Li, if you have anything to say, just say it to him." Mo Xiaoyao didn't really like or dislike Yi Wenhua. The most he disliked was that he felt that Yili was wronged by Yi Wenhua. Although it couldn't be said that it was all because of Yi Wenhua, at least Yi Wenhua, as a father, didn't treat Yili well. In these few years, Yi Wenhua had been well-behaved in Glass City. He didn't use his identity as Princess Ding's father to have any delusions. Therefore, Mo Xiaoyao's attitude towards him was a bit better. Occasionally, during festivals, he would have people send some gifts to the Yi family. After all, no matter how close Yili was to the Su family, her surname was still Yi. Compared to her family in the Prince Ding mansion who was poor and couldn't make a living, spending some money to let Yi Wenhua enjoy his old age was obviously better for Yi Li's reputation. Of course, this was on the premise that Yi Wenhua was well-behaved and knew when to advance or retreat. Yi Li sighed slightly and nodded. Towards Yi Wenhua, this father, she really didn't have any feelings. No matter if it was love or hate, she didn't have any feelings. She just felt sorry for her mother. Yi Li's impression of Yi Wenhua couldn't even compare to her parents in her previous life who had been together for more than 20 years. Even though her parents in her previous life were just as busy, they didn't spend much time together when they were young. After entering the military academy, they rarely saw each other once a year. However, they still left a deeper impression on her than Yi Wenhua. Father. In the quiet side hall, Yili calmly looked at Yi Wenhua, who had already aged a little. Yi Wenhua was only in his early 50s, but his hair was already white. He was wearing an inconspicuous scholar's robe. Compared to more than 10 years ago when he was in Chu Jing City, he looked more like a scholar. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year, and Yi Wenhua had also aged a lot. Yi Yu and Yi Ying had passed away in the past year. These two were Yi Wenhua's beloved daughters. No matter what, he couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Li. Seeing Yi Li walk in, Yi Wenhua looked a little embarrassed. He used to think that his first wife's daughter was inconspicuous. He used to hate her. He used to think that he didn't have a daughter. Now, she had grown into a legendary woman who was admired by the whole world without him as her father. Actually, as a father, he couldn't help much. Yi Wenhua smiled bitterly. "Father, please sit down," Yi Li said softly. Speaking of which, this time, the subordinates in the Prince Ding mansion didn't think it through. They forgot to send an invitation to the Yi family for Lin, and Xin, first birthday party. Of course, a large part of this was caused by Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao's attitude. Yi Wenhua nodded and sat down. Immediately, a maid came over to serve tea and then left. The two of them drank tea in silence for a while. Yi Li then asked, "Long time no see. Father, how are you?" "Good, good. Your grandmother is also very good." Yi Wenhua nodded. Yi Li smiled faintly. If she didn't have any feelings for Yi Wenhua, then she didn't have any feelings for old Madame Yi either. After all, Yi Wenhua loved her when she was young. After her mother passed away, he would occasionally help her. However, old Madame Yi didn't like her mother when her mother was still alive. When she looked at her, there were no feelings other than calculation and indifference in her eyes. Yi Wenhua also understood that Yi Li wasn't interested in this topic. He raised his hand and took out a wooden box from his sleeve. He put it on the table and said, "Today is the two children's birthday. This is my gift to them." Chapter 1081. Yi Li took the wooden box from Qin Feng and opened it. She looked at Yi Wenhua in surprise. There was a piece of warm jade and a pair of jade bells in the old box carved from red sandalwood. She had seen the warm jade before. It was said to be a family heirloom of the Yi family. It was a very valuable piece of warm jade. Old Madame Yi used it to show off. It was said that the ancestors of the Yi family were from a prestigious family. Later, when Wang gave birth to Yi Rong, Yi Wenhua didn't give it to her even though she wanted it. Although she had never seen the jade bells before, they were definitely more valuable than the warm jade. The delicate bells were carved out of white suet jade. There were 2 jade beads in the hollow and delicate patterns. They jingled when shaken gently. It was very pleasant to hear. "This is too valuable," Yi Li said. The Yi family was no longer the Yi family in Chujing City. Moreover, the Yi family was not rich. The 2 gifts that Yi Wenhua gave were probably more valuable than all the assets of the Yi family combined. Yi Wenhua waved his hand and rejected the box that Qin Feng brought back. He said, "I only have these 2 things that I can take out to show people. If I give them to the 2 children, they can be playthings. If I leave them in the Yi family, they will be gone soon. Moreover, these jade bells were left behind by your mother. Just give them to Xin to play with." Seeing that Yi Wenhua was so insistent, Yi Li had no choice but to accept them. She said softly, "I thank you on behalf of the 2 children." Yi Wenhua shook his head and didn't say anything. Yi Li thought for a while and asked, "Is Su Yun okay?" When Su Qingshun came back from Jiangnan, she brought Mo Su Yun back. But Mo Su Yun was weak and timid. No one from the Prince Ding mansion or the Su family took care of him. Yi Li had discussed with Su Qingshun to send the children to the Yi family. Yi Wenhua sighed. He is okay. He had changed his name to Yi Su. That child had suffered a lot and was not very courageous. And his body, Mo Su Yun's body, was really ruined beyond recognition. Even if Shun Yang and Dr. Lin personally checked his pulse, they both shook their heads, indicating that they were not sure that Mo Su Yun could live past the age of 20. In the past 6 months, Mo, you would visit him every half a month to check on him. It was just a matter of dragging it out. We didn't know that Mo Su Yun wasn't Mo Jingqi's son, so he pitted his half-brother. Yi Li said, "If his body needs any medicine, just let Worryless come to the Prince Ding mansion to get it." Yi Wenhua nodded. The father and daughter were speechless. After a long while, Yi Wenhua said in a low voice, Li funeral. Yili looked down and said softly. Fourth sister didn't want to leave the Li palace. After she died, Li Wang used the power of the princess to bury her. Yi Wenhua let out a long sigh and said, That's good, that's good. In the first half of his life, he had been obsessed with fame and fortune. He had taught his only son badly. Among his daughters, only Yi Li, the daughter of the first wife, lived a peaceful life. Yi Li was the only one who lived a happy life. But this kind of happiness was obtained by Yi Li after going through many things. These years, although Yi Wenhua didn't go out, he knew what he should know. The things that Yi Li went through these years, not to mention ordinary women, even most men couldn't bear it. As a father, he had nothing to say except for pride. Looking at Yi Wenhua's old and sad appearance, Yi Li couldn't help but feel sad. With a sigh, Yi Li asked, Father, do you still remember concubine Zhao? Yi Wenhua was stunned. After a long while, he remembered that he had such a favored concubine in the past. Concubine Zhao was very favored for a period of time. Otherwise, Madame Wang wouldn't have thought of her as a threat. But her status was too low, and the time she spent with Yi Wenhua was too short. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Yi Wenhua didn't have a deep impression of her. Didn't she go to Yinzhou? Yi Wenhua was puzzled. He didn't understand why Yi Li would mention this woman who hadn't been heard from for more than 10 years. Yi Li nodded and said, That's right. Father, do you still remember that she was 3 months pregnant when she left Chujing? You mean she? Yi Wenhua couldn't help but stand up in shock. After receiving Qin Feng's warning gaze, he realized that he had forgotten himself. But the impact of the child was too big for him. Lilia, Yi Li nodded calmly and said, That's right. I knew it before the news spread. She came to me and begged me that Madame Wang would hurt her and the child. But I was about to marry into the Princeton mansion at that time. I didn't have time to care about her. So, I suggested that she go to Yinzhou. In Yinzhou, the Su family could take care of her more or less. Then, the child is... Yi Wenhua asked carefully. Yi Rong had completely disappointed him. If the child was a boy, it would be Yi Wenhua's only hope. But if it was a girl, Yi Wenhua was a little uneasy. Yi Li looked down and said lightly, It's a boy. He's 12 years old this year. When the child was born, concubine Zhao wrote to me and asked about it. I named the child Yin. Zian. Lier, thank you. As a father, I have always. Yi Wenhua's eyes were red. He looked at Yi Li guiltily. All these years, Yi Wenhua had thought about the child. But when he sent people to look for the child, the Yi family's residence in Yunzhou had already changed owners. Concubine Zhao was also nowhere to be found. Yi Li shook her head and said, The child is now studying in Lishan Academy. Not long after the Su family moved to Glass City, concubine Zhao also sold a residence in Yunzhou and moved to Glass City. Now, she bought some land not far from Lishan Academy and is living there. Thank you, Lier. Yi Wenhua didn't know what else to say. He could only repeat it. Yi Li smiled and said lightly, Don't mention it. He's also my brother. Father, if you have time, you can go and see concubine Zhao and Zian. I also heard that Madame Wang has been making trouble for the past 2 years. Yi Wenhua was stunned and quickly said, Don't worry. I will control them well. I won't let the Yi family ruin your reputation. Yi Li shook her head lightly and didn't say anything. Chapter 1082. Princess Consort. Zhuo Jing walked into the side hall and looked at Yi Li and Yi Wenhua before greeting respectfully. Yi Li nodded and asked with a smile, What's the matter? Zhuo Jing said. His Highness said that the little heir and little princess's catching ceremony is about to begin and asked the princess to attend. Yi Li nodded and asked, Has the heir arrived? Zhuo Jing shook his head and said, I haven't seen the heir. Yi Li helplessly indicated for Zhuo Jing to go find Mo Xiaobao first. She stood up and smiled at Yi Wenhua. Father, let's go. It's about to start. Yi Wenhua paused and quickly nodded. All right, let's go. When they entered the main hall, it was already bustling with noise and excitement. The Princeton mansion had prepared a large table that was 5 to 6 feet long. There were all kinds of things on it. Su Qingyin and Su Qingfeng each held one in their arms. When they saw Yili walk over, they immediately stretched out their little hands towards Yili happily. Yili smiled and stroked the baby's little faces, asking, "Has it started?" Chief Steward Immo said in a low voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The prince and princess can begin to catch the prince." Yili clapped her hands and smiled. "Let them pass." Su Qingyin giggled as he placed Lin on the table. Su Qingfeng also placed Xian on the table. The two babies looked curiously at everything in front of them. Although there were so many pairs of eyes staring at them, the two babies did not have stage fright. Instead, they excitedly fiddled with the things on the table. Xian picked up a small abacus made of gold and curiously fiddled with it. Han Mingxi couldn't help but smile. Could it be that the princess wants to be a wealthy merchant in the future? Before he finished speaking, Xian giggled and quickly stuffed the small abacus into Lin's arms. Lin looked at the little toy in his hand suspiciously. He tilted his little head and thought for a moment. Then he turned his little body and placed the little abacus behind him. Then he grabbed a book beside him and stuffed it into Xian's arms. Xian did not dare to show weakness. She chuckled as she grabbed a pen not far away and stuffed it into Lin's hands. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two siblings started to play with one another. Feng Jiao stared dumbfoundedly at the siblings who were still playing happily in front of him. What are they doing? Yili looked at the small piles of things behind the siblings and couldn't help but smile. She didn't know what they were doing. After thinking about it, Yili clapped her hands and smiled at the two babies. "Linux, pick something you like and give it to Mother." It wasn't clear whether the two children understood Yili's words or not, but when they saw Yili open her arms, Lin took the lead and got up first after a moment of hesitation. He walked up and down the long table, and soon came back with a pair of things. Among them, there was an exquisite little sword, a small red sandalwood box, and a picture scroll. However, his two small hands couldn't hold so many things. He had only taken a few steps when they fell to the ground. He thought for a moment and pushed the picture scroll in Xian's direction. He picked up the little sword and the red sandalwood box and continued to walk forward. Halfway through, he casually threw the box aside and picked up a green jade seal. Then, he held the little sword in one hand and the seal in the other and walked towards Yi Li's direction. "Congratulations to the little heir for your unparalleled martial arts in the future. You'll be able to command thousands of troops and horses." As it turned out, the last seal that Lin picked up was a military commander's seal. Lin threw himself into Yi Li's arms and handed the commander's seal to Yi Li. "Mother, Lin is good." Yi Li smiled as she hugged her son. She lowered her head and kissed his little head. She smiled and said, "And Lin is good." Xian, who was still sitting on the table, pursed her lips when she saw that her brother had left. He calmly glanced at the surrounding crowd and slowly began to move as well. Although she was the older sister, her steps were not as steady as Lin's. After a few steps, she stopped and continued to crawl around the table. When she saw something that she liked, she would pull it towards the place where she had been sitting. Soon, there was a large pile of things around her. Weapons and toys that boys liked, jewelry that girls liked, jewelry, books, brushes, and ink that one could think of. When she felt that it was enough, she sat there and didn't move anymore. Yili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xian, choose something that you like and bring it over. Xian, looked at Yi Li and hesitated for a moment. She lowered her head and looked at the pile of things in front of her. Her big, bright eyes turned and she crawled towards the table. Everyone was afraid that she would fall and quickly went forward. Xian grabbed the sleeve of Su Qingyin, who was closest to her, and crawled back. She brought Su Qingyin to her pile of things and then stared at him with wide eyes. Su Qingyin was speechless. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could only rub his nose helplessly and ask, "Xian, do you want Uncle to help you carry it?" Xian giggled. Su Qingyin could only ask, "Which one do you want?" Xian began to push the things one by one towards Su Qingyin. Su Qing-shan looked helplessly at Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sister Li, your little princess is really greedy. The people nearby also found the little princess's actions very amusing. Mo Jingyu smiled and said, "It seems that the little princess has a wide range of interests. In the future, she will definitely be rich and won't have to worry about anything." Everyone also congratulated Prince Ding and Princess Consort for their good fortune. In the end, only Su Qingyin was forced to help the little princess put away all the things. Because if he didn't put them away, the little princess would lie on a pair of small things and refuse to move. The pregnancy catching ceremony was actually very simple. After the 2 babies were caught, they were carried down. The guests who had come to watch the ceremony were invited to the garden to enjoy the scenery, drink wine, and chat, while waiting for the evening banquet. The people of the Prince Ding mansion gathered in the reception pavilion. The 2 babies were still holding their spoils of war and playing happily in the arms of the adults. Su Qingyin had an amused expression as he held Xian. On the table beside him were Xian's spoils of war. Xian was holding an exquisite and gorgeous jewelry box in her hands and studying it attentively. "Xiao Bao hasn't returned yet?" Yi Li asked with a frown. Su Qingfeng frowned and said, "Not yet. Jiruwei, Junhan, and Qin Lai are also not in the mansion. But they should be fine. If something really happened, the people following them will come back to report." Yi Li looked at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Li, Xiaobao, and the others will be fine." Yi Li nodded and looked at Qin Lai, asking, "How is the Queen of Nanzhao?" Qin Feng frowned and said, "Although Princess Anqi has disguised herself, it's not to the extent that we can't recognize her. She's being led around the city. Mo Jingli probably doesn't want to do anything to Princess Anqi. He just wants to use Princess Anqi to divert our attention." Yi Li pondered for a moment and said, "Look for an opportunity. No matter what, we should save Princess Anqi first." Princess, something bad has happened." Outside the door, Director Mo hurried in to report. "What happened?" Mo Xiaoyao asked calmly. Chief Steward Mo said in a deep voice, "Prince Pua heard about Princess Anqi from somewhere and rushed out with his men to save Princess Anqi." Chapter 1083. Nonsense. Yi Li frowned. Since the other party dared to strut around the city with Princess Anqi, they would not be unprepared. It was too risky for Pua to rush out like this. After some thought, Yi Li said, "Zhuijing, take some people and go." "No, Li will go ourselves." Mo Xiaoyao stood up and took Yi Li's hand as he spoke softly. Yi Li frowned slightly. The Prince Ding mansion was currently filled with guests. They needed Prince Ding to oversee things. Moreover, this matter was not serious enough to require Prince Ding and the princess to personally attend to it. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Let's go. Pooh and Princess Anqi are guests. Let's go take a look." Yi Li sighed helplessly and said, "If you say so, then let's go, third brother." Su Qingfeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, Li. Leave the Prince Ding mansion to us." On an inconspicuous street in Glass City. Because it was a special day, Glass City was especially lively. However, some of the more remote streets were even more deserted than usual. By the time Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao arrived, the Nanzhao guards that Pua had brought had already started fighting with Mo Jingli's men. Although Mo Jingli did not have many men, each one of them was skilled. The worst thing was that Pua's guards had forced them into a restaurant on the street. They had smashed all the wine in the restaurant. If anyone dared to step into the restaurant, they would immediately set it on fire and perish together with Princess Anqi. Seeing Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao arrive, Pua quickly went up to them and anxiously explained the situation. "Prince Ding, Princess Ding." Yi Li didn't look too good either. The current situation wasn't that they couldn't beat these people, but that they were holding back. These people dared to do this because they were prepared to die. As long as they dared to act rashly, these people would ignite their fire seeds, and the entire restaurant, which was almost soaked in strong liquor, would be turned into a sea of fire. If Princess Anshi was hurt, it would be self-defeating and the losses would outweigh the gains. Pu also knew that he was being impulsive, but his wife and son had been missing for so many days. This man, who was not good at patience, had already reached his limit. When he heard about Princess Anshi, how could he hold himself back? Looking at Pu A's guilty and vexed expression, Yili sighed softly in her heart. She calmly comforted him. Don't worry, Wang Fu. The Queen of Nanzhao is blessed. Nothing will happen. Pua nodded and said, Sorry to trouble you, Princess. Please save Anshi. Don't worry, Prince Ding Mansion. This is Glass City. The Prince Ding Mansion will do its best to protect the Queen. Yili gave Qin Feng a look. Qin Feng nodded and stepped forward, saying in a clear voice, Everyone inside, listen up. Prince Ding and Princess Ding have personally arrived. Release the Queen of Nanzhao, and we can spare your lives. There was a moment of silence inside. A figure appeared at the window on the second floor. He looked down at the people below and said, We can release Princess Anshi first. Let Prince Ding and Princess Ding come in personally. Impudent, Qin Feng said sternly. How dare you? Do you really think that the Prince Ding Mansion can't do anything to you? These people obviously knew that they were going to die at this point. Perhaps it was because they had nothing left to lose, but they were bolder. They smiled and said, We naturally have a way. As long as Prince Ding gives the order to shoot, we can all be killed without a single soldier. No matter, having a queen die with them, it's still worth it. Mo Xiaoyao was about to speak when Yili raised her hand to stop him. She stepped forward and said with a smile, If I really agree to come up with Prince Ding, would you dare? The other party was silent. Prince Ding's martial arts were unparalleled. This was something everyone in the world knew. If they really allowed Prince Ding to go up, they really couldn't be sure what would happen. After a moment, the man sneered and said, Thank you for your reminder, Princess. Then it's fine as long as Princess comes up alone. Although it was rumored that Princess Ding's martial arts were not bad, it was far from a level where ordinary martial arts masters would be afraid of her. They were all first and second-rate experts. It was naturally not a problem for them to deal with Ding Wang Fei. Okay, Yili smiled. Li, Mo Xiaoyao frowned in displeasure. Even though he knew that Yili had a plan, Mo Xiaoyao was not happy to see Yili take any risks in front of him, not even for the Queen of Nanzhao. Even if the Queen and Prince of Nanzhao died in Li City, so what? Even if Nanzhao and the Prince Ding Mansion became enemies, they could not do anything to them. Yili gently gripped his hand and said with a comforting smile, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Mo Xiaoyao pursed his lips and looked at her in displeasure. Yili said with a slight smile, I promise to come out in 15 minutes. After a moment, Mo Xiaoyao let go and watched as Yili walked into the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, the thick smell of wine hit them in the face. The hall was littered with broken wine jars, and the floor was soaked with wine. Yili strolled up to the second floor and saw a few men staring at her covetously. Princess Anshi sat at a table and looked at her without moving. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Princess Ding, don't come over. Mo Jingli took Shuo away. Please save Shuo. Yili smiled and said, Princess Anshi, don't worry. Shuo will be fine. Thinking of her son that Mo Jingli had taken away, Princess Anshi's eyes reddened. Princess Ding, don't worry about me. As long as Shuo is fine. Yili sighed. This time, the Queen and the Prince had suffered an undeserved calamity because of Ding Wang Fu. How can this consort not care? Sitting at a table not far from Princess Anshi, Yili calmly looked at the men in front of her. They looked familiar, but she couldn't remember their names. They should be Mo Xiaoyao's guards. She might have met them before. Gentlemen, Mo Jingli's methods are becoming more and more shameless, using a woman and an innocent baby as hostages. The man in the lead took a step forward and sized Yili up. At this point, who cares if you're presentable or not? Princess Ding dared to risk her life for someone unrelated to her. We admire her. Unfortunately, we are on opposing sides. Please forgive us. Yili looked at him with interest and said with a smile, "Your words are quite interesting. This consort is surprised that someone like you is still loyal to Mo Jingli." The man smiled bitterly and said, "A loyal subject will not serve two masters. Moreover, His Majesty has shown me kindness." "Kindness? You're a loyal person." Yili sighed. The man looked at Yili and said, "This consort is surprised that you would risk your life alone as the consort. If this consort lit a fire now, it would be more worth it to burn Princess Ding to death than to burn the Queen of Nanjiao. And now, I'm afraid that the consort will be buried with the Queen of Nanjiao." Yili looked at him leisurely and said with a smile, "First, are you sure that I won't be able to escape after you light the fire? Second, you took the Queen of Nanjiao to wander around the city for so long. After being surrounded, you put on such a show. Do you really want to kill Princess Anqi first? You know that you will die for sure. If you really want to kill Princess Anqi, why don't you just slit her throat? Then you might be able to fight your way out. Now, I don't know about Princess Anqi, but you all look like you have no way out. Why do you have to do this?" The man's eyes darkened. "What do you mean?" Yili covered her smile and said, "Don't you understand? I'm advising you to act quickly." The man looked at the woman in white in front of him suspiciously. She was willing to risk her life for Princess Anqi, but advised him to act quickly. This was definitely not what they had expected. However, he had been with Mo Xiaoyao for a long time and had naturally heard about Princess Ding's cunning. Although he couldn't see through Yi Li's thoughts, he watched Yi Li's every move cautiously. Yi Li said with a smile, "You don't have to be so nervous. I know that you don't want to kill Princess Anqi at all. You even want her to live as long as possible." The man fell silent. Yi Li said with a smile, "You want to use Princess Anqi to stall me and Prince. Does Mo Jingli have other plans in secret? Is he trying to lure us away? But does Mo Jingli really think that Prince and I will abandon everything and stay here for Princess Anqi?" The man sneered. "Princess, you're here now. Isn't that enough?" Yi Li helplessly sighed and said, "This imperial concubine came in to tell you that after a quarter of an hour, the secret guards of Prince Ding's residence will begin their assault." The man's face darkened. He said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill the Queen of Nanjiao?" Yi Li said, "It's important whether she lives or dies. Isn't there an explanation? There are so many guests in the Prince Ding mansion today. How can Prince and I stay here for a long time?" Seeing the man staring at her with a serious expression, Yi Li sat down leisurely. She looked at the furnishings in the restaurant and said casually, "Does Mo Jingli want to cooperate with Mo Jingyu? What do you think Mo Jingyu can do?" Hearing this, the man's expression finally changed. Yi Li acted as if she didn't see it. She continued, "There are also some old officials and nobles of the Chu state in Glass City who are secretly helping. Even so, what can they do? Every soldier in Glass City is in the hands of Prince Ding Mansion. Can they turn Glass City upside down? Princess Ding is indeed very powerful." The man stared at Yi Li and said in a low voice, "Princess Ding didn't come here to gossip with us. What does Princess want?" Yi Li said with a smile, "Release Princess Anqi, and I will consider letting bygones be bygones." The man's lips curled into a mocking smile. Obviously, he didn't believe Yi Li's words at all. Even if he did, he wouldn't consider it. Yi Li didn't care. She pondered for a moment and said, "The first option is to wait with you for an hour. Release Princess Anqi, and I will let you go. The second option, after a quarter of an hour, we will attack the Prince Ding mansion." "You're afraid Princess Anqi will die?" Yi Li looked at Princess Anqi and said apologetically, "Princess Anqi, don't worry. I swear on the reputation of the Prince Ding mansion that I will save the little prince." Princess Anqi obviously understood Yi Li's meaning. She said with a smile, "Princess, you can go now. Let the Prince Ding mansion's people attack immediately. Waiting a quarter of an hour or half an hour won't make any difference." Yi Li nodded firmly at Princess Anqi and said, "Okay." Chapter 1084. After hearing Princess Anqi's answer, Yi Li stood up and prepared to go downstairs. It was as if she didn't care about Princess Anqi's life at all. This kind of reaction made the few men present stunned. After all, they knew that Prince Ding was cold and heartless, but Princess Ding was very easygoing. It was impossible for her to abandon Princess Anchi. Wait, the man said in a low voice. One of the men guarding the stairs heard his leader's voice and immediately reached out to stop Yi Li. However, Yi Li's expression darkened. She raised her hand and grabbed the man's arm. With a twist of her hand, the man who was blocking her path was pushed to the ground with a muffled groan. Yi Li turned around and looked coldly at the man in black. I respect your loyalty, but it's best that you stop before going too far. Wait, the man in black said, we can let Princess Anchi go, but why should I believe that you won't do anything in an hour? Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked, what do you want? The man in black said, Princess Ding and Prince, please wait here for an hour. After an hour, we'll let Princess Anchi go. In addition, during this hour, you can't see anyone in the Prince Ding mansion. Yi Li lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let me take Princess Anchi away first. We'll wait outside. The man in black frowned and wanted to refuse. Yi Li said indifferently, you're right. If His Highness and I spent an hour with you, but you burned Princess Anchi in the end, who am I supposed to complain to? The man hesitated for a long time. Yi Li looked at his hesitant face, then shook her head and turned to leave. Princess Ding, come out if you agree. If you don't, stay here. If I don't come out in 15 minutes, Prince Ding will come in personally. She watched as Yi Li's figure leisurely disappeared at the top of the stairs. The people upstairs looked at each other. Boss, what should we do? The leading man in black pondered for a long time before finally sighing and saying, let's go out. But what if? What if Princess Ding was lying? They could still hold on to this house that was filled with strong liquor to prevent them from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Once they vented their anger, the Mahist army lying in ambush outside would be enough to turn them into hedgehogs. The black-robed man smiled bitterly and helplessly. Princess Ding had already arrived just now. We had already lost by not killing her immediately. Furthermore, Princess Ding was right. How much did the life and death of the Queen of Nanzhao have to do with the Prince Ding mansion? Even if Nanzhao wants to become enemies with the Prince Ding mansion, because of this, if they want to cause trouble for the Prince Ding mansion, they have to go through the West Hill and to Chu State first. Moreover, he doubted which country would dare to cause trouble for the Prince Ding mansion. Are we just going to go out like this? The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, let's gamble that Princess Ding will keep her promise. She'll die anyway. If she can delay for an hour for His Majesty, she will be loyal. The others were silent. No matter if it was loyalty or other reasons, they had no way out now that they had come this far. The boss was right. They could not avoid death no matter what. Compared to being burned to death, they would rather die with an arrow through the heart. Outside the restaurant, Yi Li stood beside Mo Xiaoyao. Hua stood behind them and looked inside nervously. After a while, they finally saw Princess Anchi being escorted out of the restaurant slowly. Anchi, Hua called out anxiously. Princess Anchi shook her head to show that she was fine. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at the crowd and said, since they are already out, let her go. The men looked at Mo Xiaoyao warily and did not move. Mo Xiaoyao snorted disdainfully and said, the princess consort has already told I. If I want to break the contract, you would be dead the moment you stepped out. Let her go. The black-robed man holding Princess Anchi down paused for a moment, then finally let go of Princess Anchi's hand. As soon as she was free, Princess Anchi rushed over. Pua hugged Princess Anchi excitedly. Anchi, are you okay? I'm fine, Princess Anchi said emotionally. But our child, Sure, is with Mo Jingli. His wife's safe return calmed Pua down. Although he was also worried about his son's disappearance, he looked at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li with more respect and confidence. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Sure, we'll be fine. On the side, Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li to a chair that the guards of the Prince Ding mansion had brought over from somewhere. It was rare that Mo Xiaoyao would keep his promise to the enemy. He sat under the faint sunlight and waited for an hour to pass. The black-robed man looked at the white-haired Prince Ding leaning against Princess Ding with his eyes closed. A complicated expression flashed across his face. There was awe, helplessness, regret, and information. In fact, when he decided to go out, he could not be sure that Prince Ding would keep his promise. It was already very good that he was able to resolve the situation like this. At the same time, it also showed the difference between Prince Ding and Prince Li. He knew that if his master Mo Jingli was in this situation, Mo Jingli would never keep his promise. Princess Consort, a shadow guard hurried over and said in a low voice, "Young Master Qingshan has sent someone to ask the prince to return to the residence immediately." Mo Xiaoyao opened his eyes and said calmly, "What is it?" The shadow guard hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "The little heir has not been found yet." Mo Xiaoyao sat up and glanced at the group of black-robed men standing not far away and looking at them warily. He looked down calmly and said, "I know. Let young Master Qingshan do as he sees fit." After all, something had happened to the little heir, but the prince was not moved at all. This made the shadow guard a little worried. But when he met Mo Xiaoyao's calm eyes, the shadow guard's heart trembled. He quickly said, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate will take his leave." Hearing that Mo Xiaobao had not been found, Yili frowned slightly. She lowered her head and looked at Mo Xiaoyao's hand that was holding hers. It was dry and steady. She couldn't help but relax. She slowly leaned back in her chair and accompanied Mo Xiaoyao as they waited for the time to come. An hour passed by. Some people felt like time had passed by, while others felt like a year had passed. When the time finally came to an end, Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li and slowly stood up. Big Brother Ping Jing looked at the man in black in front of him and said, "I will spare your life. Go back and tell Mo Jingli. Don't forget, his son is still in Ai's hands." With that, Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li and left without looking back. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao's departing figure, the man in black let out a long sigh. When they were face to face, the pressure that Prince Ding gave off was absolutely unbearable. He raised his hand and wiped his forehead. The sweat on his forehead had already soaked half of his hair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out. The man in black vigilantly jumped to the side. The moment he landed, an arrow nailed him to the back of his foot. When he turned back, the men who had been following him had all fallen to the ground. Not far away, a man in black holding a bow, an arrow sat on the roof. He said calmly, "Don't be afraid. Prince said to spare your life. We won't shoot at you." Chapter 1085. Seeing that person quickly disappear behind the eaves, the black-clothed man only felt his entire body turn cold. After a long while, he turned and madly ran towards the intersection. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li returned to the palace. Su Qingshan was anxiously waiting in the study. "Big brother." Su Qingshan's handsome face was gloomy. He said unhappily, "Why are you only back now?" Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, "What happened?" Su Qingshan picked up a letter from the table and handed it over, saying, "Xiao Bao has fallen into Mo Jingli's hands." Mo Jingli had someone deliver this letter. Yili took the letter and looked. It was indeed Mo Jingli's handwriting. Between the lines, there was malice and smugness. Su Qingshan sat down, looked at them unhappily and asked, "What happened?" So many people were watching Xiao Bao. How could he still fall into Mo Jingli's hands? Mo Xiaoyao looked at the letter Yili handed over and said calmly, "Don't worry, Xiao Bao will be fine." Su Qingshan looked at Mo Xiaoyao for a long time, then snorted, "You set this up again? Be careful that you don't fall for your own cleverness." Mo Xiaoyao smiled helplessly. "This wasn't set up by me." Mo Xiaoyao looked anxiously at Yili. "Why do I feel so resentful?" Su Qingshan frowned slightly. "Mo Xiao Bao." Mo Xiaoyao blinked innocently. "So, it really had nothing to do with I." Su Qingshan looked at Mo Xiaoyao and sneered, "Just let him do as he pleases. If something happens, Brother Qingshan, Imo Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Xiao Bao will be 11 soon. He's not a child anymore. If we don't let him do as he pleases, we will never be at ease. Besides, with someone watching him, nothing will happen. If something really happened, there's no way the people around him wouldn't have come back to report. Su Qingshun shook her head helplessly. She sighed and said, forget it. Even you, the father, aren't worried. Why should I be? Big brother is naturally doing this for Xiaobao's sake. Yili smiled faintly and frowned slightly. I'm also a little worried about little treasure. This pair of father and son, they're really father and son. Usually, they didn't find each other pleasing to the eye, but when it came to serious matters, they would have a kindred spirit that made people hate them. Prince Ding rubbed his nose innocently as his wife vented her anger on him. He decided to record this debt on a certain daring brat. Achoo! Somewhere in a dark corner, a little ghost dressed in an inconspicuous cloth sneezed lightly. Someone immediately covered his nose and whispered, "What are you doing?" In the dim light, a pair of bright eyes appeared. Sorry. I think I caught a cold. It doesn't matter if you're unlucky, but don't drag Qin Lai down. Su Zhiruwei, who was also dressed in cloth, said in a low voice. Imo Xiaobao pouted in grievance. I could have gone myself. Why did Qin Lai have to go first? Shut up. Su Zhiruwei rolled his eyes impatiently. Don't you know that a gentleman doesn't stand on a collapsing wall? Do you want to be cursed by Uncle Prince Ding when you go back? Imo Xiaobao blinked and looked at Su Zhiruwei. Cousin Zhiruwei, you're being irritable. Su Zhiruwei shot him a glare. He really was crazy to accompany Imo Xiaobao to do such a dangerous thing. Did this madman know how old they were? If Qin Lai hadn't gone first, Imo Xiaobao would have walked right into the trap and sent himself into the hands of a madman. Imo Xiaobao felt wronged. It was clearly Qin Lai who was too anxious. We already decided to change the plan, but he didn't even discuss it before running away. We still have to work so hard to save him. Su Zhiruwei silently glanced at Imo Xiaobao. After a while, he said, when Aunt gave birth to you, why didn't she just strangle you to death? Imo Xiaobao was the type of person who forgets favors and violates justice. Who did Qin Lai take the risk for? Imo Xiaobao laughed very smugly. He rubbed his nose and said, Mother loves me the most. She can't bear to. Su Zhiruwei snorted and ignored him. When you go back and get tortured by Prince Ding's uncle, there will definitely be no one who will pity you. The Su family's little young master silently cursed in his heart. But little young Master Su didn't know that there was a kind of person in this world that was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. The more they were tortured, the more they would be tortured. Su Zhiruwei, who was completely oblivious to the fact that beside him was a little pervert in the midst of evolving, carefully crawled up, following the dense vines as he slowly moved forward. Right now, the most important matter for them was to find the captured Qin Lai and not to bicker with the heartless Imo Xiaobao here. Imo Xiaobao, who was following behind him, rolled his eyes at the sky. Did Su Zhiruwei know that he was the older brother? Although Su Zhiruwei and Imo Xiaobao were still young, Imo Xiaobao was doted on by the Su family and Prince Ding mansion since he was young. However, he didn't forget what he should learn. And Su Zhiruwei, as Imo Xiaobao's only younger cousin, naturally accompanied Imo Xiaobao to suffer. Therefore, little friend Su Zhiruwei became the second person in the Su family to learn martial arts after Su Qingfeng. Although the two were young, they had the advantage of being taught by famous experts. Even if they couldn't beat them, normal people couldn't catch up. After a long time, the two finally moved to the entrance of the courtyard. Imo Xiaobao looked at the mark left behind by Qin Lai and asked with some confusion, This isn't the Dechu State's post house. Where the hell is this place? Su Zhiruwei rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, It seems to be the Zhao family's backyard. Zhao family? It's the Zhao family that fifth uncle said wanted to marry his daughter to Prince Ding's uncle, Zhao Zhifeng. The one that even brought a group of people to Lishan Academy to find great-grandfather. Su Zhiruwei said. Imo Xiaobao's eyes turned and finally revealed a strange smile. So it's him. Don't think that Mo Xiaobao only knew how to be mischievous every day. He didn't miss a single thing. At least, Mo Xiaobao clearly remembered who wanted to steal his mother's man. Although he didn't like his annoying father, he didn't have any thoughts of changing him. Even if he did, it would depend on his mother. If his mother didn't say she didn't want him, he would kill whoever dared to steal him. What do you want now? We're here to save Qin Lai, Su Zhiruei said cautiously. And Mo Xiaobao looked at the sky. Who said we're here to save Qin Lai? If we want to save Qin Lai, wouldn't it be more convenient to let the Shadow Guard and Qi Lin come to save him? If Qin Lai is injured, which one of us can bring him out? Even if the two of them weren't much weaker than adults, they were still children in the end. If Qin Lai couldn't move, neither of them would be able to carry him back. I keep feeling like I'll be killed by you, Su Zhiruei muttered in a low voice. Mo Xiaobao smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish. Cousin Zhiruei, don't worry. Cousin will protect you. After we go in, you go and see if Qin Lai and the little emperor are together. I'll go and see if the Zhao family has any secrets. I've seen that Zhao Zhifang before. With his guts, he definitely wouldn't dare to betray my father. When Mo Xiaoyao wanted to torture someone, it wasn't something that a normal person could think of. If Zhao Zhifang was alone, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to betray the Prince Ding mansion in Glass City. If it wasn't for the fact that someone had something on him that he couldn't do, or that he had absolute confidence that he could escape. Su Zhiruei hesitated for a moment before nodding. Be careful. Seeing Su Zhiruei leave like a cat, Mo Xiaobao stood up and made a hand signal to the Shadow Guard hidden in the dark. He said in a low voice, Protect Zhiruei. Feeling someone leave in the dark, he followed Su Zhiruei, who had already left. Mo Xiaobao then jumped onto the wall with a smile and disappeared behind it. In the dark, he asked in a low voice. The heir went in. What we do? Don't worry. The prince said that as long as the heir's life isn't in danger, we don't need to worry about him. Another person answered. All right, let's go in too. I hope the security inside isn't too tight. If they wanted to protect the heir, they had to follow him at all times. However, it was much more difficult to follow him in secret once he entered the courtyard. After a moment, the place where they spoke returned to silence. In a dark study in a hidden corner of the Zhao mansion, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhifang, was sitting behind a desk with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was writing. Just as he was lost in thought, a servant outside the door reported in a low voice, Master, Lord Li, Lord Zhu, and Lord Wang are here. Let them in. Zhao Zhifang suddenly stood up and said. Not long after, the door to the study was opened, and a few middle-aged men filed in. The person in the lead smiled as he walked in. Brother Zhao, why did you call us here at this time today? Zhao Zhifang looked at them and said, I want you to meet someone. Who is it that makes Brother Zhao so cautious? Today is the birthday banquet of the heir and princess of the Prince Ding mansion. Although we don't stand out, it wouldn't be good if we don't show up. When he said the word don't stand out, the man's tone was full of mockery. Zhao Zhifang didn't say anything. He just turned and walked in. The other three looked at each other and followed after him. When they entered the study, they saw two children who looked about 10 years old lying on a soft couch in a compartment that was specially partitioned for people to rest. One of them asked curiously, Brother Zhao, this is the little emperor of the Dechu state? It wasn't that he was familiar with Mo Suiyun, but the dragon robe that Mo Suiyun was wearing made it obvious. Zhao Zhifang pulled out a stiff smile and said, Look at the other child. The three of them looked at the child in embroidered clothes lying beside Mo Suiyun and couldn't help but exclaim, The heir! Chapter 1086. Seeing the unconscious boy in embroidered clothes on the soft couch, everyone was shocked. They stared at Zhao Zhifang, who was standing to the side in horror. One of them took a step forward in agitation and said, Are you crazy? How dare you kidnap the Prince Ding mansion's heir in Glass City? Just thinking about the blood on Prince Ding's hands all these years made them shudder. The Prince Ding mansion still had the Shadow Guard and Qi Lin that were everywhere. If Prince Ding knew about this, not only them, but even their entire families and pets would not be able to escape death. Zhao Zhifeng smiled helplessly and said, "How could I have the ability to kidnap the Prince Ding mansion's heir?" Then what was going on? Everyone looked at Zhao Zhifeng with a serious expression. Zhao Zhifeng sighed and said, "I don't need to guess who took care of you these days, right?" Hearing his words, the three people's expressions changed. Zhao Zhifeng continued, "You already told me. That's why I asked you to come here. The news of the Prince Ding mansion's heir's disappearance will not be hidden for long. When the time comes, the Prince Ding mansion's guards and Mahist army will probably search every house. When that time comes, I'm afraid it won't be hidden anymore." The three people's expressions were ugly. They stared at Zhao Zhifeng and said, "Why did you ask us to come here for this matter?" They were originally influential families in the Chu state, but after they joined the Prince Ding mansion, they were not valued at all. This time, Prince Ding wantonly appointed officials, but he obviously excluded most of the aristocratic families. After that, the aristocratic families fought over the empty position of left prime minister. In the end, Prince Ding gave the position of left prime minister to an outsider, Chun Xiufu. At that time, they already understood that Prince Ding did not need them. Following Prince Ding, these aristocratic families that had been passed down for generations were destined to decline. Therefore, when Mo Jingli came to find them, they were quickly moved, not only because of the benefits and future that Mo Jingli promised them, but also because they had to fight for it. Zhao Zhifeng's old face squeezed out a cold smile and said, "Do you think that if Prince Ding finds out about this, you can escape? Right now, the Prince Ding mansion is looking for that person everywhere. If he is caught, do you think he will expose us?" Hearing this, everyone could not help but break out in a cold sweat. She secretly regretted agreeing to Mo Jingli's request. She was too impulsive. Perhaps they had been angered by the cold treatment from Ding Wang Fu and the loss of the left prime minister's position. Would there really be a future for them if they followed Mo Jingli? But now that things had come to this, they had no choice but to turn back. Putting aside the fact that Prince Ding would never tolerate betrayers, just the fact that Mo Jingli had something on them, there was no way for them to turn back. "Then what do you plan to do?" Zhao Zhifeng lowered his eyebrows and thought for a long time. He shook his head and said, "The little heir still has a great use. He can't be moved, but it's not safe in my mansion." Everyone looked at each other and nodded. The Zhao mansion did not have any secret places to hide people. If they left the little heir here, it would not be safe for a long time. "Then what should we do?" Zhao Zhifeng thought for a moment and said, "We must find a secret place to hide the little heir." "Then what about the little emperor? With that person's temperament, I'm afraid he won't keep him." "Why don't?" "Not yet. If the little emperor does not attend the banquet tonight, it will arouse the suspicion of the Prince Ding mansion." Zhao Zhifeng shook his head. Reporting to Master, King Yu of the Chu State requests an audience. Outside the door, a guard reported in a low voice. Under the eaves outside the door, Mo Xiaobao sat on the carved beam under the eaves. He bent over the window and eavesdropped on the plan inside. A big smile appeared on his delicate little face. After a while, a few people walked out of the study in a single file. Before leaving, Zhao Zhifeng instructed the guard at the door to keep an eye on the people inside. He then left with the other three. Today, everyone with a little bit of face in Glass City was gathered in the Prince Ding mansion. If they did not appear, it would be even more suspicious. Seeing Zhao Zhifeng and the others leave, Mo Xiaobao silently descended from the eaves. He looked at the two people guarding the door and frowned. His eyes quickly turned, and he took out a small and exquisite object from his sleeve. He pressed it lightly against one of the people. With a slight whoosh, one of the people at the door fell to the ground. The other person was shocked. Just as he was about to call for help, his vision turned black, and he also fell to the ground. Su Zhirue stood behind the pillar with a cold expression and glared at Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao chuckled at him and pulled him into the study. Outside, two shadow guards dressed in black silently landed in the courtyard. They looked at the guards lying on the ground and smiled at each other. After a while, the two guards were moved to a secret place. Two inconspicuous men dressed in guard uniforms appeared at the door of the study. The prince is in such a good mood. He still has time to train the little heir at a time like this. I think the prince won't even bother to make a move at this level of difficulty. The little heir is quite daring. He just forgot to clean up the mess. If someone suddenly came and saw the two people lying at the door, wouldn't they be exposed? Therefore, as shadow guards, they had to clean up the mess for their masters at any time. With the little heir and young Master Su's stature, they won't be able to handle such a big thing. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but have a thought. The little heir swaggered and so confidently. Was he certain that they would help him clean up? In the study, Immerse Xiaobao danced with joy as he happily looked around. After a while, he found many interesting things. The Zhao family hadn't moved in for long, so naturally, there weren't many secret places. Moreover, even if there were any hidden mechanisms, it wouldn't be able to escape the eyes of certain someone who had been clever and learned all sorts of things since young. Su Zhiwei sat on the soft couch and watched a certain someone rummage through the cabinets while frowning at the two people lying on the couch. Many times, Su Zhiwei really didn't know how his cousin, who had only beaten him when he was less than 2 years old, grew up to be like this. His aunt was clearly gentle and elegant, and Prince Ding's uncle was also extraordinary and had the air of a king. However, his cousin grew up to be neither. Other than that pretty face that could still be seen, there wasn't a single moment of rest. "Are you here to see the two of them?" Su Zhiwei asked unhappily. Immerse Xiaobao raised his head and glanced at him. He casually threw over a small porcelain bottle and said, "What's there to see? They were drugged. Just smell it and they'll wake up. This is from Sister Yunch. It can cure all the sleeping incense." After speaking, he continued to flip through the letters and booklets that he took out from one of Zhao Zhifeng's locked cabinets without raising his head. Su Zhiwei wordlessly placed the medicine bottle under Qin Lai and Immerse Siyun's noses for them to smell. As expected, Qin Lai was the first to wake up in a short while. He wasn't surprised to see Su Zhiwei and sat up silently. After a while, Immerse Siyun also woke up. However, he wasn't as calm as Qin Lai and almost cried out. However, Qin Lai and Su Zhiwei both covered his mouth. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.